here for Max's stream. But the weather is not stopping, although Max has already been live for 12 hours. Obviously, we were live last night too. I was absolutely grinding out the schoolwork today, but that has since been completed. Had a nice 6 hours of class, but that's done now, or 6 hours of class, and it's all done now. So no more class for today. So we're going to start talking about both the tornadoes threat and the hurricane threat, because both of those are going to continue throughout the rest of tonight. You're muted? No way I'm muted. Seagray is trolling everyone. Don't listen to Seagray. I'm not muted, but my chat is not open, so I'm going to go ahead and open that. I do want to quickly touch on the tornado threat, because we've been talking about the hurricane a lot, but the tornado threat is starting to ramp up as well. So coming over here to radar on radar Omega, we can see that there is actually a number of supercells that is scattered across Texas and Louisiana right now. We're not actually really into our main region of the 5% yet. We're waiting to see these storms get a little bit further off to the east over here, but we are going to have to talk about those sometime over the next couple of hours. Not quite yet, though. We do have Storm Chaser Vince Welty. You can see him in the Radar Omega app as well, targeting this convection down here in Texas and Louisiana. So no tornadoes out of that right now. We have seen a couple of warnings there today, but that is it so far. The main thing that we're of course talking about is the hurricane, and this is going to be continue to be the story probably for weeks, and talking about just weather in general, just because there's not much else going on right now. The hurricane hunters are on their way back out there to investigate this and get a little update on the current strength of this. It'll be really interesting to see if we maintain that category 4 status now that the Hurricane Melissa has made it across Jamaica, but we're not going to know that until they get through that eye and we get that next vortex data message. Of course, we're waiting for that, and whenever we see that, we are going to know what is going on with that. You can also see the Hurricane Hunters location in the Radar Mega app. We normally see an update from the Hurricane Hunters about every 15 minutes. We can see that our last update time was 5:02 p.m. It is currently 5:12 p.m. local time where I am. This is Central Time here because we are in Wisconsin. So sometime over the next 10 minutes, we should see another update from the Hurricane Hunters. Just waiting on that. All right, it looks like everyone from Max's channel has just joined in, so welcome if you guys have been watching Max's stream for the last 12 hours. We are going to do at least a little bit, I just accidentally clicked on a random Discord VC, wow. We're going to do a little bit more hurricane coverage here as we shift into the severe weather coverage as well. So we have two different things we're tracking. We have the hurricane and we have the severe weather, so we are going to be talking about both of these over the next couple of hours. We should see that tornado threat start to peak sometime in the next hour and a half to 2 hours, but it's only going to get more significant in terms of tornadoes, although our hurricane is starting to weaken. We can see that on infrared satellite, but I do believe it is still going to remain a category 4 hurricane as it heads towards Cuba. Obviously, the main story that everyone has been talking about is the impacts that are going to be felt on Jamaica. This is one of the strongest hurricanes to ever make landfall anywhere in the Atlantic, and obviously Jamaica took the brunt of it, so a lot of information coming out of there, but I think the biggest story is going to be how strong it gets across the island, just to see how much more damage it's going to do. Welcome everyone from Max's channel. Interrogation Files, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Everyone who got a gifted membership, make sure you say thank you to Interrogation Files. Interrogation Files is here literally every single stream we do on this channel. Every time we're live, whether it's storm chasing or taking over for coverage after Max has been live for a little bit of time. And he's always here dropping the membership. So W's in the chat for Interrogation Files. Going to flip it over back to the tornado threat. We're just going to keep going back and forth on both of these just because we're sort of just waiting for the hurricane hunters to get a little bit more data out there. So when we're not waiting or when we are waiting for the hurricane hunters, we are going to talk about our tornado threat. And when we get that data update, we'll go back to that and talk about the hurricane and the current strength of that as well. So in terms of the tornado threat right now, we did have our eyes on this supercell that was near the KPOE radar site. This does actually look like it's gone outflow dominant. If you look right here on radar, you can see the boundary. This is the cold air being thrown around the backside of that storm and pushing out. Tornadoes need both inflow and outflow to actually produce a tornado and form a mesocyclone. If they have too much of either one of those, neither of those are or if we have too much of either one of those, we're not going to see a tornado. So right now we have too much outflow. There's too much stuff going out, not enough stuff coming in. There won't be a tornado with this storm. What we're looking for in terms of tornado potential is to see if this storm could reach back up to its outflow boundary and gain inflow again. If that does happen, we will be talking about tornado potential, but it has not done that yet. This storm was tornado warned at one point in time. It has since been downgraded and is no longer tornado warned. This also had a tornado possible tag on it, but has since been removed. Our only tornado possible storm remaining is up here south of San Augustine. This warning expires in 30 minutes. It's for a possible tornado, 1-inch sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Other than that, a lot of this convection that looked like it was pretty strong is actually starting to weaken out a little bit. So that's both a good thing and a bad thing, because less storm coverage overall means less potential tornadoes, but also less storm coverage means more of the fun environmental stuff for the storms that are left to talk about. All right, so we did just get an update from our hurricane hunters. We can see right here they did hit the eye of the storm. We see those wind barbs switch direction. Where those wind barbs switch direction basically means they cross the center of low pressure. Looking at the extrapolated pressures, we can see that we are down to an estimated 954 millibars. So that is obviously a lot weaker than when the storm was on the other side of Jamaica, and that's to be expected. It's going to hit the land, and if you think about it, we have these mountains down here, and we have a storm that mostly relies on wind speed hit that. Obviously, the wind on the backside is not going to be as strong. So looks like we dropped about 50 millibars since the second lowest pressure that we were talking about earlier. So that does mean that this storm is much weaker. Our extrapolated surface winds, however, and our surface wind, or our winds in general, are still very significant. So I would estimate that this is going to remain a Category 4 storm, even if the pressure has dropped gone up significantly. But the hurricane hunters are still in the eye of the storm. We will wait for drop sonde information to confirm what the pressure is in the eye. But until then, we're basically just once again waiting for that hurricane hunters data to come in with a little bit more information on it. How's it going, Connor Croft? Welcome in. How's Connor? Oh, Connor is modded. He wasn't blue there for a second. I'm like, how in the world is Connor Croft not modded? Thank you guys so much to the 16.5 thousand of you guys who are tuning in right now as we continue coverage on Hurricane Melissa and now the tornado threat as well that's unfolding near Louisiana. For those of you who are new here, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Anytime that there's a existing weather threat after Max's live streams, we'll be live here covering that as well. Much of the same thing that you see on Max's channel. We're here just covering every storm, every warning, anything that could be going on. I've seen a few people asking what that storm that's hooking is doing. I'm gonna go ahead and drag down my other radar program here just to show you guys that there's not much going on. So I think this is a little bit more radar than what you guys are used to seeing on Max's stream. So we're gonna talk about what everything is here real quick. This is your reflectivity up here on the upper left. This is what you're used to seeing, and the velocity as well. Those are the two things you're probably used to seeing. In addition to your correlation coefficient. So those are the three things you're used to seeing, and we have them all up on screen at one time here. That red square you see in the middle, that is the center of each box, so we can sort of pay attention to where everything is going on. Down here, this is another thing I like to use. This is EDR, or differential reflectivity. This can tell us a number of things. This can tell us a number of things, basically if there's debris in the air, if it's storm strengthening, if it's weakening, and a bunch of other information is the storm as well. FireDance43, thank you so much for becoming a 2% channel member. Beth, thank you so much for becoming a 2% channel member as well. Welcome to the channel. Videos from flooding are terrifying. Yeah, I've seen a couple of the videos of the flooding, and the first thing you think of when you see them is just basically any of the, or I guess the first thing that came to mind for me was the very significant Kentucky flash floods that we saw. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago now. They were basically just very, very devastating. I mean, Hurricane Helene, we had stuff similar to this as well, where basically just massive, massive walls of water that you basically just have no chance of sort of surviving if you get caught in the floodwaters. Those are exactly what we were seeing out of the flooding from Hurricane Melissa. Now, that is something that we were talking about well ahead of time, talked about the 30 to 40 inches of rain, localized amounts of even greater than 40. Unfortunately, I do think that is what we ended up seeing. And for an island like Jamaica, where we have a vertical profile that looks more or less like this, all that water is just going to accelerate downwards until it eventually gets to the ocean. And that is exactly what it did. I'm going to actually open up this program here. For those of you who don't know, unlike Max, I'm not a meteorology major, although I've been interested in weather all my life. I'm actually a water resources major, and I know a lot of GIS stuff from that program as well. So when it comes to stuff like this, when we're talking about flooding, this is my area of expertise. So we basically have everything covered between Max and I. He can talk about how the storms are getting there, what the storms are doing, and then when it comes to all the impacts after that, we can talk about those over here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and just sort of pull up an example of elevation profile in Jamaica just so we can see what that looks like. Unfortunately, this is not the resolution of data we have in the United States just because we don't have the same satellite coverage, but this is what the island looks like if you draw a line straight across in terms of elevation. So you can basically see the mountains here, and all of that rain that was falling as a hurricane made landfall is going to run 2,000 feet from the top of those mountains all the way down to the ocean. So there's going to be a lot of water. It's going to be moving very quickly, and it's unfortunately going to do a lot of damage. So that is the reason that we are seeing that significant flooding across Jamaica, and that is something that's going to continue as we still see rain falling, as it's still raining, and the hurricane is not out of Jamaica yet. Needs a cat now? I have 3 cats. My cat is sleeping over there. I'm not going to get him because he would be mad at me, but he is right there. He'll probably come join at some point. You'll just see him decide it's time to crawl up onto my shoulder. Still waiting on that latest information from the hurricane hunters. I'm going to go ahead and pull up tropical tidbits over on the side here. So like NOAA 2 mission 25 is the main plane for recon data right now. For those of you who don't know or may just be tuning in, we actually had 2 Hurricane Hunter flights through the time that the storm was a Category 5 hurricane get stuck in the eye and have to abort their fly through and basically go back to base. Where did NOAA go? Can't find on radar. So they're probably somewhere about right here right now. Let me switch the color here so you can actually see it. But I would guess they're somewhere over here. The data that we're getting from the plane lags about 15 minutes behind. So they're usually a little bit ahead of where they are showing on radar. But if you want to see where the hurricane hunters are, you can actually do that in the Radar Omega app as well. What are you drinking? I'm drinking water. This is still a Category 4 hurricane, by the way. I've not seen any updates from the National Hurricane Center. We did just get a new mesoscale discussion for our severe weather threat, so we're going to go ahead and pull that up real quick. Oops. So this is our mesoscale discussion for parts of Texas and Louisiana, where we currently have a tornado watch. That is Tornado Watch 634 that we have ongoing right now. Most probable peak intensities are a tornado of 85 to 115 miles an hour, wind 55 to 70, and hail 1 to 1.75 inches in diameter. The discussion on that is scattered storms posing a risk for severe hail and potential to produce a tornado or two will remain possible into the 7 to 8 p.m. CDT time frame before diminishing in intensity. So we will probably be live for at least that amount of time as we wait for the tornado threat to sort of just die down. Currently, we do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, might have just updated to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to flip back over to our single site radar. And you can see those 4 severe thunderstorm warnings basically for the 4 largest areas of convection that we have right now. This is actually not a severe thunderstorm warning. This is just a special weather statement right now, but this convection is strengthening and will probably receive a severe thunderstorm warning soon. How old are you? I'm 21 years old. Where is the Hurricane Hunters update? There's another update from their aircraft. They've basically made it out of the main circle sort of convection that we have going on right now. The hurricane is a lot smaller than before it hit Jamaica just because it's a little bit weaker. But that last update was of a 524. We're probably going to see them fly out somewhere over to here, then turn around and then make another pass through the eye. Normally they like to do at least 3 passes through the eye in sort of this triangle pattern. It kind of looks like that. I don't know if you guys know what that like fallout shelter thing looks like. That's what that pattern reminds me of. But I'm pretty sure it's officially called a delta pattern or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. There's some fancy name for it, but they are out there right now. Look at Northern Storm. It looks to be catching the outflow. Let's pull it up real quick. It does look like it is trying to reach out to the outflow. It does need still stretch quite a little bit. This is the very front of our outflow boundary that we can see on reflectivity. Wonder if I can get a 3D scan of that outflow boundary. I don't think you can really see it because it's beneath the radar beam for the most part. But yeah, this green line that you see right here, this is our outflow boundary, stretching out from that storm. You can see it's a core there as well. You can see how we're talking about that highly sheared environment that we have right now, that vertical stack, that storm top sort of being pushed off to the east by our wind shear. That is why we do have a tornado threat today. The wind shear is basically just going to give these storms a chance to spin up real quick, and that is basically the fuel for our tornado threat today. Flip back to the hurricane. Actually, the latest radar scan, it does look like it's surging out towards that boundary even a little more. We may be talking about a brief tornado. A brief tornado threat here in a couple of minutes if this thing keeps managing to stretch a little bit off to the east a little bit more. We can see a very, very small velocity couplet on that. It's probably a little bit contaminated, but it is something to keep an eye on nonetheless. I do not think Melissa is going to go back to a Category 5 hurricane before it makes landfall in Cuba. I mean, it might try, but it's really, really struggling just with the fact that it's an island. So I would imagine it's going to stay a strong Category 4, but we will see. Kara Dukes, thank you so much for coming a 2% channel member. Is Jamaica okay? Unfortunately, there's a lot of damage reports coming out of Jamaica. I do know one of the big numbers that we were talking about is 25,000 tourists and other individuals being trapped in Montego Bay. There's just going to be a lot of debris and stuff to clean up on the roadways. A1, that's the big road that they use to get around down here in Jamaica, and A1 is blocked in multiple different areas. Trying to see if we have any new updates for the National Hurricane Center. It does not look like it. That's something that we talked about a few minutes ago, but I'll go ahead and show this. This is from the Hurricane Hunters earlier on today when they did manage or attempt to intercept the eye wall. 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron crew called Sign Teal 75, known as the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters, is returning to its forward operating location in Curaçao after encountering heavy turbulence today while entering the eye of Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm. During the event, the aircraft briefly experienced forces stronger than normal due to turbulence. While this does not automatically indicate damage, standard safety procedures require an inspection before returning to operations. The 53rd WRS is an Air Force Reserve unit assigned to the 403rd Wing Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. So that was from earlier on today, somewhere around here, when the hurricane hunters basically got stuck in the eye of the hurricane and had to fly out and go back to base and inspect the aircraft. Kara, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Can you check on Ohio? There's nothing going on in Ohio right now. Literally nothing. Here's a camera on that, though. This is in the Ashland EMA office. It actually looks like we got like a parade or something going on. Where are you streaming from? I'm streaming from Wisconsin. They went for a test flight like an hour ago and quickly returned to base in Teal 47. I didn't see that, but if that's true, that would definitely be concerning. Looking to see again if we have that vortex data message, and I do not see it. All I want for October 28th is my vortex data message. Do you think that November and December could be active in terms of tornadoes or severe weather outbreaks? It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. I mean, that is our so-called second severe season. Where is Vince driving? Vince is over here in Louisiana. Or he's actually in Texas, just off to the northeast of Jasper, targeting some of these storms here with a brief tornado potential on them today. Don't need to open any files. Thank you, File Explorer. What are your thoughts on Enderlin? Bro, you can't stream weather anymore without being asked about Enderlin and whether or not it was an EF5. I did post a tweet about Enderlin whatever day that it happened. I do agree with the EF5 rating. I'll leave it at that. But I had my own reasoning on why that train vehicle was more likely thrown than rolled. Have you ever used AI before on an assignment? What kind of Fed question is that? Got the FBI up in my chat. No thanks, Fed. I'm not answering that. Can you forecast the track of Melissa for the rest of the week? It is going to go mostly off to the northeast. You can actually see they have this massive cone right now. It throws it well off to the northeast for quite some time. Just got an update to our severe thunderstorm warning in Orange counties, Jasper County, and Hardin counties, Texas. That is still 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch sized hail. That is this storm over here. Should have a Hurricane Hunters update any second here. Slayer Dust, thank you so much for coming a 2% channel member. How many of you guys who are watching right now know who Matthew Capucci is? Apparently, Matthew Capucci, so for those of you who don't know, he did actually go on one of the Hurricane Hunters flights when it was still a Category 5 storm, and he threw up in the eye wall. Apparently, somehow TMZ has gotten a hold of that footage and has now turned Matthew Capucci into a meme. I would like to see any individual from TMZ. This is my challenge. Any individual from TMZ go on a Hurricane Hunters flight and go into Category 5 eyewall and not throw up. I think anyone other than like a actual pilot, a Hurricane Hunter, or a fighter jet pilot would throw up. Like these guys literally dropped thousands of feet in altitude in mere seconds. He did post it on Twitter himself. Slayer Dust, thanks so much for the one gifted membership. Let's look at the last long time of the storm real quick. Put it into motion going all the way back to the 26th. So this is obviously not current right now, but this was basically the entirety of the hurricane's lifespan for the last 2 days. I think the really interesting thing to me is the fact that this never went through eyewall replacement. It was a Category 5 for, I think, almost 2 days and never went through eyewall replacement. How long is Montego Bay going to be in severe conditions for? Let me pull up the NHC's outlook and show you guys the wind field. If I can find it. I need to look harder. Need to lock in. All right, here it is. This is... Oh, that is not what we needed to do. What in the world just happened? Everything is broken. What in the world? That was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. All right. All of my windows just decided they just didn't want to be in the places that they have been in all day. But that's all fixed now. Yeah, this is why we don't like Windows 11, because this program just does not like to work. But it's working now. But this is, after quite the journey to get here, this is the wind field. We can see that the entirety of Jamaica is still within that tropical storm force sustained winds. But those are on their way out, and I think you're probably going to see those tropical storm force winds for at least another 3 to 4 hours. After that, we'll see those winds fly on past. Does it even have an eye right now? We will go back to the last 7 frames. It does not. Well, it kind of, sort of, not really has an eye right now. I mean, there is a area of less convection, but it's sort of just remnant from earlier on. Still no vortex data message. Want that message? By the way, one thing I want to just say real quick, as I've been scrolling through Twitter trying to look for pictures we could show of the damages. If you're posting AI generated videos or pictures of of hurricane damage in Jamaica, just so you know, you're a terrible person. Like, cut and dry, you're terrible if you're doing that. I feel like that's well known by everyone. That's not something that we should be using AI for. But if you're doing that, you're terrible. I've seen quite a few of them. Another update from the hurricane hunters on their current location. They are now turning. They're going to do something a little bit like this and then come back through the center of low pressure. Is the sun still up? Not really. Wonder if we can get one last look at visible. No, we can't. What app are you using? I'm using Radar Omega. Unfortunately, we cannot show you rain accumulation because there's no radar towers down here to do so. So I do not have an estimate on that, unfortunately. So just waiting for that vortex data message. Did we just get it? No, that was another IEM notification. You have to pay for that radar, you believe? This radar app you do have to pay for. Um, any good thing in the world you have to pay for. So, for example, this radar app, I think it's $10 a month is what you pay for it. That is really good. This radar app that I use up here, which is very fancy and has a lot of similar features, that's just not as good to look at. This is a $250 radar app. This is not cheap. Radar Mega, you get what you pay for. It's a lot better than a lot of the free alternatives out there. All of the free alternatives, actually. There's a lot of people asking about the pressure, so we have not had any drop sonde information yet, but the last extrapolated surface pressure, the lowest that we saw was that 952.8 millibars when they were in the eye of the storm. Glenna, these are not flags. These are actually wind barbs. So these directly correlate to wind speeds. So every single one of these is a data point that the hurricane hunters have collected, and it's basically just the more lines or triangles that are on it, the faster the wind speeds are. I believe every triangle is 50 knots, and every line is 10 knots, and every half line is 5 knots. Paul, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Someone said urban chat, and it was not me. Has it made landfall? Yes, it has made landfall. It made landfall on the other side of Jamaica back over in this area. That's where we saw the strongest winds. If this thing can actually manage to clear out its eye again, that would be literally insane to me. Still waiting to see if that will happen, but who's giving you updates? Nobody. Everything that I say comes out of my good old brain bank. I have no one on the back end. The Weather Warrior, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. I think Melissa may have been 190 miles per hour plus at landfall. I would agree. The National Hurricane Center said this in their outlook that they're gonna have to go back and obviously look at the damage generated by the hurricane to figure out how strong it really was. Just like we do tornado surveys to get your EF category, it is important to go back and look at the damage that hurricanes do as well, just to know exactly how much damage they did. Was Tornado Pagey able to stay alive? Bryce was in Jamaica, yeah, and he was able to stay alive for some of the event. He was over here near Mandeville. He has since ended his live stream, but he did actually retain signal, I think, a lot better than all of us thought that he would. Will Melissa hit Ireland? You know, I would say that's an insane question, but it's really not. um, I would assume it's just going to go somewhere up here into Narnia. But I mean, it's low key, not completely ruled out that it would make it that far. Edward, thank you so much for the $10 PayPal donation. It is actually insane how the second this got back over water, the convection just boom shot up again. So I do think it is going to try and really quickly get its act together by the time it makes it to Cuba, which is an absolute worst case scenario. But I mean, we can see literally if I draw a line on Jamaica, we can see anywhere to the north of that. Convection is literally exploding over the warm waters once again. When will Jamaica stop feeling the impacts? Probably 4 to 5 hours from now. We have to wait for all the wind to sort of get off of the island. I do think the flash flooding and the flooding in general, those are going to last for quite a few days because there's a lot of water that's just been rain falling on the island that's going to have to run off. And it's going to take a while for that to happen. Did just get 2 updates to our severe weather threat over in Texas. We're going to talk about that real quick. Actually, Texas and Louisiana. So this warning has been continued. It is now for 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this storm that's headed right towards the KPOE radar has actually been updated to tornado possible. That is in Louisiana. Too Slick, thanks so much for the $1 donation. Have we seen the update from the hurricane hunters yet? I'm looking for that right now. I do not think we have a new Vortex data message yet. Nope, we did not. As soon as I see that Vortex data message, I'll let you know the information that was inside of that. Just have not seen it yet. Back to Hurricane Melissa. That's probably intensifying as we speak right now. Why do they call you Mr. Dibble? So this is actually a funny story. My full name is Riley Dibble. And I spell Riley the correct way, which is like this. If I had this spelling of Riley in my channel name, nobody would be able to find my channel. At all. Like, there's just no chance. Everyone's going to spell it incorrectly. So, we went with the last name instead. Dibble is a lot easier to spell than Riley. Apparently. It be raining? Yeah, it is certainly raining in Jamaica. Still no Vortex data message. Where's this storm headed next? This is heading to Cuba, where we do have hurricane warnings in place. Alexander, thanks for the 20 SEK. I do actually not actually know what currency that is, but thank you so much for the 20 of whatever that is. I love when we get not USD donations because it's cool just to like see what it is and where people are tuning in from. Swedish kroner. Hey, I'm part Swedish. Any tornadoes reported from Melissa? There's no official reports of tornadoes from Melissa. If I was a betting man, I would say absolutely there was at least some tornadoes, whether or not they were associated with the feeding bands or the sort of mesovortices inside of the Oop, we just got our vortex data message. 1 second. Bruh. I think there are probably tornadoes either somewhere in the feeding bands or in the mesovortices within the eye wall. So this is actually the lamest thing I've ever seen in my life. They don't have any information about whether or not they did a drop sonde, but there is precipitation in the eye right now, and our extrapolated pressure is now down to 952 millibars. We're probably going to see an intermediate advisory that updates with that 952 millibar pressure. No drop sonde, though. I guess they were probably just a little bit too close to land and didn't want to drop a literal missile. But, yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a drop sonde here pretty soon. And in case you didn't know, radar shows precipitation in eye. Which we knew that. The eye has definitely collapsed more since it was over Jamaica. Can we name a tornado Bob? I don't know. Normally you don't name tornadoes Bob unless it hit a town named Bob, then maybe we'd name it Bob. Does it hail during hurricanes? Not usually, but in the eye wall there can be hail sometimes. Clay, thanks so much for the $10 donation. Katie, thank you so much for becoming a 2% channel member. Beryl did have some intense hail, yes. How many monitors do you have? I have 4 27-inch monitors. I have my like normal horizontal monitor here. I have another horizontal one stacked on top of that. These are my 2 monitors that I use to track radar and warnings. I have a vertical 27-inch monitor over here that I have a camera program, YouTube Studio, and all my chaser feeds up on. And then on the other side, I have another vertical monitor that I have OBS on, my overlay, and Twitter and whatever Chrome tabs I need there. QPI do not play Rocket League. Can we see the satellite image, or is it too dark? It is too dark. This is really all we have right now. This is infrared on satellite. So this is a satellite image, but not the visible satellite one that you are used to seeing. Thanks so much for the $2 donation, by the way. The pink donut is definitely occurring again. So for those of you who don't know what the pink donut is, that's basically this pink area that we're seeing pop up outside the storm. That means these cloud tops are very, 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 very emphasis on very cold. And that means it's very strong convection. And earlier on in the storm's lifespan over here, we saw an entire pink ring. That only happens with the strongest Category 4 and Category 5 storms. True Prophecy, thanks for the $2 super chat. Clay, thanks for the $2 super chat. Why does the thumbnail highlight southern Louisiana? If I flip over to my other radar tab here, we are also tracking severe thunderstorms with a chance for a tornado, damaging winds, and hail as well across Louisiana and Texas. So we're tracking all. In fact, the thing you just saw pop up in the upper left-hand corner of my radar screen, that was a update or a new severe thunderstorm warnings. That is for Orange, Jefferson, Jasper, Hardin, and Newton counties in Texas. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch sized hail. Barb, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Hey, Riley joined from Max's channel. I have family in Hogan, Cuba, in the path of Melissa. Any insight on what they can expect? Thank you for what you do. So, if they're in Hogan, Cuba, they should already be done preparing for Hurricane Melissa to make landfall. It will be going through there, probably as either a Category 4 or Category 3 hurricane. It is going to produce a lot of rain as well. You do still have time to prepare if you have not already. Ideally, honestly, you might just be able to go off to the northwest and escape from the storm itself. But there's definitely going to be a lot of damage there from the hurricane force winds and flash flooding as well. Is Florida safe? Yes. This will not be hitting Florida. I am 1,342% confident that this is not going to make any sort of landfall in Florida. Why did it just shoot down to South Africa? Or America? Waiting to see the next update from the Hurricane Hunters. Probably somewhere about right here. They're going to go back and make another fly through the eye. I do expect that our pressure will be a lot lower. New recon update. If you are talking about the vortex data message, we did see that. That was the 952 millibar extrapolated pressure that occurred right here. No, it didn't. That was a lie. It occurred right here. This one. 952.8 millibars. I think Montego Bay is going to be so destroyed. Unfortunately, I would have to agree. Wherever we did see the strongest winds impact, the damage is going to be nothing short of catastrophic. We just got another vortex data message. Yay! See what this one says. It is almost the exact same. I think that might have just been a repeat. Not even going to lie. It is still a extrapolated 952 millibar storm. Haiti is going to see much the same impacts, not as significant as Jamaica, but we're still talking about that Category 3, maybe, just maybe Category 4 winds by the time it gets there. For those of you who are asking about the or updated fatalities, so the number we heard as of yesterday was 7. There has been no new updates out of Jamaica on injuries or fatalities that I've heard of. Anything that you would be seeing is most likely unconfirmed. I will wait until we get any information officially from the government or other trusted news media from Jamaica to talk about anything death related. Max said 8. It might be 8. For those of you who don't know, I was in school for like 7 hours today. So I actually missed the majority of landfall. I was instead learning to rotationally graze and compost. Those are the 2 classes I had today. Chrissy, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Keep up the good work. You have such a great future ahead. I appreciate it. Everyone, W's in chat for Chrissy. At least 50 W's. Could it re-intensify? It will almost certainly re-intensify. Hurricane Hunter is actually they swerved and bend that corner whoa and are almost back in the eye of the hurricane again. So pretty soon we will have another update. The current pressure there is 966 millibars, but they are not in the center of low pressure yet. But sometime in the next 15 minutes, we should have a new center of low pressure, whether that's a dropsonde or extrapolated. We will have something to talk about. How do you learn all this stuff? It was just a strong hobby that turned into love for meteorology. So believe it or not, I learned everything that I know from watching other people on YouTube who are way smarter than I am. Convective Chronicles, he's a good one. There's a bunch of different videos out there. They teach you a lot about weather. There's also free resources like MetEd that have a lot of in-depth information on meteorology and just generalized information from NWS offices as well. If you just read and watch everything you can become very, very good at something like meteorology. Obviously, if you want to know every in and out of meteorology, go to college and get that degree. That is the best way to do it. But you can learn a lot from videos as well. I am the Riley that helps Max. I am not his brother. Looks like the eye is already soon going to clear out. I do think the eye is actually trying to somewhat reorganize itself. It's probably got a lot of momentum still, so it might try and clear out. And for the record, if it did manage to clear out, one, not only would that be insane, but two, earlier we talked about a 15-mile eye. This eye is now 36 miles in diameter. So the hurricane force wind field would be twice the size as it heads up towards Cuba, which would essentially cause twice the damage swath. Update on our severe thunderstorm warning in Verdon County, Louisiana. That has been continued as a tornado possible warning with 0.75-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Do you really need math and physics for serious meteorology? Absolutely. 110%. Has it sped up yet at all? I do think we're moving a little bit quicker. We're going to have to see our next National Hurricane Center update for the official speed. The last updated speed is still north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. Lake and Austin, thanks so much for becoming a 2% channel member. Our next forecast advisory is at 3Z, which I believe is 11 p.m. We're going to get another advisory sometime the next hour or two, which will be a public advisory. That's an intermediate advisory, which will have a new position on it. We may also see just another just for fun update from the National Hurricane Center, putting the center of low pressure somewhere over here with that 952 millibar extrapolated pressure, and just an update to wind speeds as well now that the hurricane hunters have gone back through the eye of the storm. For any new updates, doesn't seem like we have any. Once again, this does just look like it's going to sort of continue to organize again after it got torn apart by Jamaica as it heads back up towards Cuba. Still forecast to make landfall as a Category 4 sometime around midnight tonight. Will you be live for landfall? Almost certainly I will not be live for Cuba landfall. If that changes, however, I will let you know. I did hear that the hurricane hunters hit a bird when they were passing through the eye. I would imagine a lot of the birds actually landed in Jamaica as the eye crossed. They did have birds trapped in the eye all the way out here, actually. And those birds just basically fly into the hurricane and it's all calm, and they don't want to leave the eye. It's nice and calm there. So they just sit in the eye until it turns up back and heads or starts to weaken. And it's way, way easier for them to fall through or fly through the eye. Will you be live till the storm? What do you mean? Did he go to college? I'm in college right now, actually. That is why I was not here earlier today on Max's stream, is because I was in classes. That storm by Lake Charles going to be weak? It's probably going to be actually decently strong. I do think the strongest of the convection is just going to move out to the Gulf and not impact Lake Charles. But this portion of it is severe. This portion is not. What are you studying? I'm studying water resources and soil science. What is that squeaking sound? That is my dogs playing with a toy. It is actually insane that my mic is picking that up because that is all the way upstairs and around like 4 corners. But that is the dogs. Chris is my last year in school. What kind of dogs do you have? I have 2 golden doodles. Last fly through looks like the lowest pressure we found was 953.9 millibars. That's once again extrapolated, and the eye does continue to look a little bit messy on recon data. King Cobra, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. How the storm intensity headed towards DeRidler, Louisiana. Let's pull that up. This stuff that is headed towards you is not severe right now. I doubt it is going to be severe just because it's kind of over convected, so there's too much convection in the area for things to strengthen. Are there any areas of interest for development? I don't believe so. Let me double check. Just to make sure that we're 100% sure, because... Okay, no, there's not. I honestly haven't paid attention to anything other hurricane related, other than Melissa. So if there was, I would have been like, oh, didn't know that. But double check that there is not. Airbus, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Can our doodles have a play date? I mean, I'm sure the dogs would love it. Are you a Badger? So I don't go to the University of Wisconsin Madison, but I do go to the University of Wisconsin Stevens Point. So I'm technically a Pointer, but the Badgers are the team I cheer for. Melissa gonna touch the U.S.? Absolutely not. At least the mainland U.S. Have you seen the video of the U.S. Air Force fly through the eye wall? I have. I wish I could show that video, but unfortunately it's protected under copyright. But that video is absolutely insane. What are your dogs' names? My dogs' names are Ellie and Sky. Leah, and thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Is Max Verstappen going to win the World Drivers' Championship? If he doesn't win the championship, it is solely because of that safety car on lap 70. That was the dumbest virtual safety car I've ever seen in my life. Little sidetracked, but yeah, that was stupid. FIA tossing as per usual. Apparently, earlier in one of our tornado warnings near Lakeport, Texas, there was a DOT camera that managed to capture a tornado. I'll show that to you here in a second. So this was earlier today in Texas. You can sort of see what's presumably a tornado vortex there within that tornado warning earlier. they ever release videos from when they fly through the eye? Yes, they do, but the people who shoot the videos own the videos, and a lot of people like to argue that it's fair use if I'm like talking about it. It is not. I'm also a storm chaser who's had my content stolen. If someone licenses their content and sells it, you have to buy it. Like, that's the right way to do things. That's how it should be done. That's what Max does. That's what I do. We have usage agreements with anyone that we use on stream. Vince, for example, we have his permission to use his feed, and we have a deal with him and Radar Omega worked out. You have to do that sort of stuff to use Storm Chaser's video. Was a Fort Worth tornado really a tornado? Absolutely. No update from the National Hurricane Center yet on intensity. I would expect that we're going to see one pretty soon. Yeah, no new update. It is definitely picking up speed as it moves off to the northeast. Could it be a 5 again? Probably not, but it I'm not going to completely rule out. Like, it could happen if it really manages to get its act together. Any other storm in the world that's ever happened, I would say no. But the amount of times that I've seen this storm do things that I don't expect it to, I'm just never going to doubt this storm again. Is the eye reforming? It is attempting to reform. Wait, what things have Melissa done that surprise you? So the biggest thing that surprised me is like when it was over here and it did a loop. But there was also the time that it was like off over here, and it looked like the center of pressure was here, but then it reformed further off to the south, and that basically gave it more time to strengthen. It also, like, we expected to do something more like this and just go right in, and instead it basically did this, and it's just like, ooh, where am I gonna go? And then right now, how quickly it's managing to sort of recover and start to form a clear eye again is insane to me. How's it going, James Pettis? Is the Melissa the strongest storm to make landfall? It's not the strongest storm to ever make landfall, no, but it was still very, very strong. Excuse me. All things considered, this storm still looks quite insane for the fact it just crossed over an entire island. Is there any update on that guy that Max had on Montego Bay? So I believe he is, or the dude that we had on is still trapped at one of these hotels. There hasn't been any official updates. I can double check that, but I believe he's still trapped in Montego Bay, but he is safe. Trying to find his user real quick. Bentley, thanks for the $2 super chat. Dude's name was Panthers 13 and 4. The last update we have from him is that he's been evacuated to a stairwell. Trees are flying everywhere. The roof has came off. There's another update 3 minutes, or not 3 minutes, 3 hours ago, that he did say he was okay in. 2 new drop zones. I have not seen a Vortex data message. I don't know if I missed it. Last I saw was still at 952. Oh, there are new drop zones, but they didn't have a center of low pressure or anything like that. They were in the wind band, though, and the winds at the surface were 83 knots. Is the storm weakening that quickly? So I believe the storm is actually strengthening right now, but when the storm went over the island, it did weaken just because there's a lot more. There's no source of energy for it, and there's a lot more resisting its wind field when it is moving over land, and especially over an island like Jamaica that has a lot of mountains on it. So it definitely did weaken, but we are definitely back into the phase of intensifying. The pink that we are seeing does mean that the cloud tops are very cold, which is a sign of a very strong storm. Not necessarily a strengthening storm, but a strong one. And being that we didn't have any pink cloud tops while we were over the island, and we do now, that does mean it is most likely strengthening. Kim, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. How many times has Melissa broken the record for the driest eye now? I think it's like 6 or 7 times at this point. Minus 2.6 was the record, I believe. And it was like a record by far, too. Is there any footage of damage so far from Jamaica? There is some footage or pictures that are coming out. Like you said, a lot of them are actually AI, not real. I think it will be a while until we see any pictures or videos that really tell the full story. Could Melissa cross the Atlantic? It ain't gonna do it as a hurricane, but it will cross the Atlantic. How high was the storm surge? We believe the storm surge was as high as 15 to maybe even 20 feet, is what some people in Jamaica were reporting. Has the storm passed over Jamaica? It has. Or has the storm passed over Jamaica already? It has. It is almost fully off of Jamaica at this point. Orlando, yes, Orlando is good. This hurricane will not be making landfall or have direct wind impacts on Orlando. No severe thunderstorm warnings anymore? You are correct. Actually, I think we still have one. I don't know why that's out of date. Hmm. Does not look like we have. So my or my overlays pull from this, which is slightly different than everyone else. And when I search up severe thunderstorm in there, it's not finding anything right now. So I wonder if we did go ahead and cancel that severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning was over here in Louisiana. Brian, thanks for the $5 super chat. I heard the storm caused power outages on one of the nearby islands, causing dinosaurs to escape their enclosures in Jurassic Park. I'm not sure about that, but maybe, who knows? You coded that yourself? Yeah, all my overlays and stuff I coded myself. Has that code moved from where it was going to land on Cuba? It has not. Wouldn't the winds from landfall be equivalent to an EF3, EF4 tornado? So yes and no. The difference between tornado winds and hurricane winds is hurricane winds all travel in the same direction. Um, so they're pushing the same stuff, the same direction the entire time. A tornado wind's like it's all over the place. Like it's violently rotating. It's not a large area, so even though tornado winds do push stuff like in one direction for a split second at a time, it happens quicker. It's more of like this, where hurricanes are more of just slowly moving. What time does she enter Cuba? Around 1 a.m. is when it's forecast to make landfall in Cuba right now. Looks like Melissa is jumping east. I would tend to agree. That's probably just because we're seeing it try to reform itself right now. So it did get weaker and it did get torn apart. So that center of low pressure is going to jog back and forth all over the place before eventually stabilizing again. If I was the person drawing the cone, I'd probably have it something like wider, more like this, just because after it impacts land like this, it does become really questionable what exactly it's going to do. So while this is the official NHC cone, I would personally draw my cone something more like this. Do you like cheese curds? I do. What altitude are the sustained winds measured at? So there's a couple of different ways we estimate sustained winds and measure sustained winds. So one is when they fly through, and we use an algorithm to sort of estimate what the wind speed is at the surface. Although they're being measured up above, like if this is the water, this is the surface, the plane flies up here. They estimate it, but we also have drop zones, which are uh basically like a weather missile that are dropped out of the back of the plane that then shoot down and measure data in real time. And those will get the wind speeds measured directly at the surface. If you were offered the chance, would you get in a Hurricane Hunter plane? 167%, I would. Like, no doubt in my mind. If they're like, yo, you want to come in here? I'd be like, oh, yeah. If anyone knows how I can get on one of those planes, let me know. Asking about severe weather, let's go over that real quick. So, a lot of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled. We are back to one severe thunderstorm warning. That is that storm that is headed towards Woodworth and Glenmora in Louisiana. Everything else is sub-severe at this point in time. Is the information on the top left still accurate? So the information that you're seeing like way up here at the top of the screen, that was as of the last advisory. So it's almost certainly changed right now, but as of the last advisory, we had wind speeds sustained at 145, gusts up to 175, and a minimum central pressure as of 9:21. Once the National Hurricane Center updates that, we will update the information up there. But as of the last update, that is what that remains at. What do you think the winds were in Melissa at landfall? I would estimate that they were at least 185 miles an hour. Probably had wind gusts upwards of 215, 220. What are the odds it goes backwards into Jamaica like Hurricane Harvey did in 2017? 0%, luckily. I can confidently say that's a 0% chance. Be interesting to see if our hurricane hunters are going to be turning around to go back through the eye. I anticipate that they will, but still just waiting to see if that's going to happen. Getting reports out of Black River that is still completely underwater, and the hospital is gone. So that is over here, and they basically have a hospital right on the edge of the ocean. And unfortunately, we are receiving reports that the area is basically just completely destroyed. Black River, yes. Jason, thanks for the $10 super chat. It looks like right now, taking a look at flight radar, that the hurricane hunters are not going to make another pass through. So we'll see in a second if they decide to turn around. But as of right now, it does not look like they're flying back towards the hurricane. They're definitely flying away from it. Is it possible that the cone of uncertainty could change? I anticipate a change in the next forecast advisory. Yes. Air Force 301 did just take off. Yes. I think we can. I don't know if they have their data on yet. They do not. But there will be more hurricane hunters in the storm decently soon. What are the odds getting us back to Cat 5 strength? Not high, but not zero. I do believe this thing like is trying to clear out its eye again. Like the infrared values are only getting drier and drier in the eye, which is diabolical. But how many tornadoes are reported? Are we talking about the hurricane or the severe threat today? I would anticipate that next National Hurricane Center update, we're probably going to be at like a category 2, maybe a category 3. I would anticipate that we're not going to be a major hurricane, but it's definitely going to intensify back to either a 4 or 5 by the time it reaches Cuba. Currently forecast to intensify back to 140. Would you ride on the Hurricane Hunter plane? Yes. Yeah, I believe there has been 2 tornado warnings today. It's been like 2 or 3. I know we did have an observed tornado at one point in time. Thought it would intensify as or slowly as it's moving. What happens if the eye fails to reform? It'll be weaker. So hopefully we do see the eye fail to reform, but we don't know. Why does it say late tornado? So it doesn't say it anymore. But it says late tornado because LeBron James. I added that a very, very long time ago when we were joking around. And I have not switched it off late tornado since I've made it late tornado. So it is still late tornado possible. What's the ETA for Cuba? 1 a.m. Central Time. I believe that's 2 a.m. local time. Actually, they don't do daylight times, I believe, so they'd actually be on the same time zone as me. So waiting to see if we have any updates on the National or from the National Hurricane Center or anywhere, and it doesn't seem like we do. The water's cooler between Jamaica and Cuba. It is cooler, but it's not that significantly different. I could pull up sea surface temperatures here in a second. Real-time analysis. This, that. Had that pulled up for you here in a second. All right, so these are what our sea surface temperatures look like, and yes, they are cooler, but like not by much. It's literally like 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. So unfortunately, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Only thanks for the 6 pounds. I believe there are 6 euros. Old lady in Montego Bay got her wig blown off earlier. Only damage so far. I somehow doubt that's true, but that's a lot of damage nonetheless. Good night, Michael. Have fun getting up for or getting up for work in 5 hours. That sounds miserable. What's our tornado risk in the U.S.? So we do have a 5% tornado risk and a tornado watch right now. None of that looks overly significant as of now, though. I am monitoring it on one of my other monitors. Nothing to me screams tornado as of right now. Vince is storm chasing down in Louisiana. So that is who you're seeing above my head. That is in Louisiana. Do you have mods on your channel? I do have a few. They are there. They are lurking. They're always watching. Do you want to give a shout out to everyone who's watching? We did just hit 130,000 views already on today's live stream, and 30, or it's not 30, 3,100 likes as well. What chaser is in Jamaica? Bryce Shelton, who's one of Max and I's storm chasers, and Jeff Piotrowski. Those were the big two that were live streaming from Jamaica. What category is this right now? So as of the last update, it was still a Category 4 hurricane. It's probably closer to a Category 2 or Category 3 right now. Do you think the storm will intensify enough to regain its full eye? I don't know for sure, but I do think it's possible. It does look like it is trying to clear out its eye again right now. Is he going to be able to drive to Cuba? If you're talking about the storm chaser, you cannot drive from Jamaica to Cuba. So no, he will not be in Cuba. Still no notable updates here. Gonna go ahead and just reset everything here. Yeah, that's not the flight we want. This is our next Hurricane Hunters flight. They're on the way. They're probably going to be a couple of hours until they make it to the hurricane, but they are on the way. Also, back to severe weather. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana. This includes Caldwell, Grant, and Wynn. I don't know if they're parishes or counties. They're one of the two. But this is for a possible tornado, 1-inch size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Love Sleuthing, thanks for the $20 super chat. That is their first super chat on a live stream of all time. So huge W's in the chat for Love Sleuthing for their first ever super chat. This isn't weakening. I would agree with you that it is not weakening right now. I would say it is almost certainly strengthening again. East Texas, there is no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. In fact, the storms have almost completely moved out. Just got a little bit of leftover convection left there, but that's almost into Louisiana. That eye is reforming. Yes, it is. I would certainly agree with you. Any cameras in Jamaica? Not that we can show right now. What are you studying in college? I'm studying water resources. You know what I just realized? How much longer is left on this tornado watch? 3 hours and 21 minutes. When that tornado watch expires, I will have no overlay. Because I do not have a hurricane overlay set up. Wonder if I can work on something in the back end here. I have colors and everything for it, but my warning sort program that I run currently doesn't allow for it to use any of the stuff like that. Death estimates for this hurricane, unfortunately, I do believe it is going to be significantly or very, very high. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Gum, we'll call you that. Not falling for the bait. Nice try. Is Zoom Earth a reliable site to use? Yes and no. Like, there's better options out there. I can see an eye now in the latest scan. Yes, you can. This is the eye of the hurricane. I think by the time it starts to clear out more of its convection, the hurricane hunters will be there. They're currently right here. They're flying. They're zooming. They're on their way. I'm not listening to any music right now. I actually just turned my headset back on, but there's no audio through it. The only thing I hear through it is severe weather alerts. This is an intermediate advisory. It is, but they will still update the intensity and location. Luckily. Down to 125 Cat 3. Did they just they did just update it, and we did get a new Vortex data message. So a lot to talk about here in a second. Let me pull up this outlook here real quick. So this is our 8 p.m. Eastern update. We're going to read through everything here. So hurricane warning is in effect for Jamaica, the Cuban provinces of Granma, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, Holguin, and Las Tunza. Sorry for probably botching all those. Southeast and central Bahamas, and we have a hurricane watch in effect for Bermuda now, and a tropical storm warning in effect for Haiti, the Cuban province of Camagüey, and Turks and Caicos. So our current discussion is at 8 p.m. Eastern, the center of Hurricane Melissa is located, blah, blah, blah. Hurricane is now headed north-northeast at near 8 miles an hour. That is 1 mile per hour slower than it was last time, I believe. A turn towards the northeast is expected later this evening, and a faster motion in that direction is expected on Wednesday and Thursday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to move over eastern Cuba later tonight and early Wednesday morning, move across the central or the southeast or central Bahamas later on Wednesday, and approach Bermuda Thursday and Thursday night. Maximum sustained winds right now are near 125 miles an hour. That is still a Category 3 hurricane. That is a major hurricane and is expected to remain a major hurricane for quite some time. So, Melissa is still expected to bring an additional 6 to 12 inches of rainfall across Jamaica, where total storm amounts will be between 12 and 24 inches, with isolated areas near 30 inches in mountainous terrain. Cuba, you're still looking at that 10 to 20 inches of rain on Wednesday, and the Bahamas are looking at 5 to 10 inches as well. Turks and Caicos, you guys are looking at a little bit less, which is 1 to 3. A storm surge in Cuba is going to be around 8 to 12 feet. That is very, very significant. That will do a lot of damage. That is 12 feet above tide level, not ground level. So if this it will basically just be adding on to our normal tides that we see in the area. This storm surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves, and minor coastal flooding is possible in the bays and inlets along the north coast of Cuba as well. So that's what we can expect out of Hurricane Melissa, which is now a Category 3 hurricane with a pressure of 950 millibars. So I do have to go ahead and update this. Close this. Don't know our gusts yet, so I'm just going to put that there, and is now 950 millibar storm. I'll update the gust here in a second when it updates on Radar Omega, and we can show you where that new center is located as well. Time for clicky typing. I know it's a loud keyboard, but anyone who has a Razer Huntsman, or actually this is an Apex Pro, anyone who has an Apex Pro knows it is a very, very nice keyboard. I'm streaming from Wisconsin, yes. Where is... I made a program the other day that did the stuff that I need my warning sort program to do. Gonna have to combine the two programs in order to have the hurricane overlays work. So I'm just looking for that program right now. There it is. I have no idea if this is going to work or break everything, but we're going to figure out here in a second. What switches on keyboards? That's Apex Pro TKL switches. I think they're the switches they just have. Why is bro furiously typing? I am attempting to code overlays right now, believe it or not. I'll try and type quieter. Is there any wind shear showing up that could deflate Melissa's path? Unfortunately, not really. It's really just back off to the races as it tries again. Alexander, thanks so much for the $100 super chat. More energy in warm waters than the cold waters. If so, how warm/cold are the ocean now? Sound like Melissa is really going to slow down again and get more power towards her. Wow, $100. That's a lot. Thank you so much, Alexander. We need 100 W's in chat for Alexander. Everyone needs to send 100 W's. The water here is still as warm as it was south of Jamaica, so basically the same thing there, and it's just going to be absorbing that same energy that it was south of Jamaica as it heads off towards Cuba before it makes landfall tonight. I know 100 SEK isn't the same as $100, but that's what we're going to call it for the sake of simplicity. A different type of dollars, but they're still dollars. Alright, I don't expect this to work. And I think this is going to break our overlays. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try it. It did something. I think it might have worked. I don't really know. It did something. We won't know what exactly it did until the tornado watch and severe thunderstorm warning is gone, but the overlays could have hurricane support now. Like I said, I don't know what color they're going to be. I don't know what they're going to do because I don't remember how I coded it, but I have at least somewhat updated the warning logic, so it might happen now. Fake hurricane is absolutely not a fake hurricane. She is once again strengthening Tenborough. Definitely still strengthening. I'm going to go ahead and stop this command prompt for a second. I'm going to manually force it to update to hurricane warning, and we're going to see what in the world this looks like. Actually, we're not going to do that because we just got a new tornado warning. So I'm going to restart that so we can see that tornado warning here in a second, and my overlay will update as well. But we do have a new tornado warning in Louisiana. Wait for that to or no, it's actually in Texas. So this is for Galveston, Texas. You guys are now under a tornado warning that is associated with this prefrontal here that's ahead of our line of convection right over Treasure Island. Luckily, this is moving off to land, but we do have a tornado warning for the time being. So this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is probably the shortest tornado warning I've ever seen in my life. It is going to be allowed to expire in 7 minutes because the storm will no longer be over land. But this is what the velocity looks like on that right now. Definitely could have a tornado on the ground, just literally about to head off the coast of Treasure Island. So for the time being, one tornado warning. That threat is literally going to be gone like 2 minutes from now, however. Luckily enough. Yeah, we went from Treasure Beach, Jamaica with a hurricane to Treasure Island, Texas with a tornado. So we're going to stick here on our tornado warning for at least some time while we wait for this thing to completely head off of shore. It's going to do it like literally any second. The only reason it managed to produce a tornado is because that other line was able to nudge it. Chrissy, thank you so much for the true $50. Hey, I wish YouTube just like did the math for me because it is like a little interesting and like what happens when someone who donates in a currency that's worth far more than USD donates and it's like 7 cents. But yeah, it's just one of those weird things. But thanks so much for the another donation, Chrissy. You are the #1 donator today, by the way. So huge W's in chat for Chrissy. Also, Avery's Jungle, thank you so much for coming. A 2% channel member. Is Vince at Sonic? It looks like he's at Sonic. That's how chalked the storms are in Louisiana, that Vince is at Sonic right now. So this tornado warning is going to be allowed to continue for 6 minutes. And I literally think next time we get a radar update, this storm is going to be offshore. And there's no longer going to be a tornado threat because it's not going to be over land. But we will see. Waiting for that radar update here in the next couple of minutes. Galveston is a place that had that horrible hurricane like 120 years ago. Yes, it is. Galveston has had quite a few bad hurricanes. What is going on with the tornado watch in Louisiana? Right now, we have nothing going on tornado-wise. We do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to wait for this to move completely off of land sometime in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll go over to Louisiana, and then we go back to the hurricane. But I do just want to keep our eyes on this tornado warning while it is in effect. 4 minutes it'll expire in. Where is she right now? And the tornado warning? The tornado warning is in Treasure Island, Texas. It will be allowed to expire. In fact, I think we're probably going to get off of it as soon as we get the next radar update, which should be in about 1 minute from now. Do you work with Max Velocity? I do. I do a lot of the back end work for Max, and I am the person who pops up on his streams every now and again. Here comes that radar scan, and it is offshore. Yay! No more tornado, because if it was something, it'd be a water spout. So we'll throw it up to Louisiana real quick, talk about our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It includes Rose Pine. Then this is the more significant of the 2, and this includes Gina and Alla. Alla, you are already outside of this severe thunderstorm, but that is for a possible tornado, 1-inch size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back to the hurricane. This is what we see right now on satellite. This last frame, you can see the eye clearing out even more. This is literally insane to me how many times this is just changed and just completely adapted itself. This hurricane is built different. That should be the update about this hurricane. The last frame, the eye is a hurricane symbol. I can actually see that right here. That's a terrible drawing, but that's like what it looks like on the Outlook. Starting to look like a donut again? It is. This is still a Category 3 hurricane right now. As of the last update. Maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. I really think this thing is starting to dry its eye out again. It's literally insane what it's doing. Janet, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. My goofy husband wants to know if there's any chance of a Sharknado. I mean, there's probably a shark somewhere right now inside the hurricane that's dang, what's going on? So let's go ahead and count it. We'll count that as a Sharknado. Sharknado in the hurricane. Nightbot L, yeah. Nightbot does take a lot of L's. Okay, now that tornado warning is expiring in 1 second, we're going to try seeing if this hurricane thing works. So who's ready for me to most likely break something? We're about to find out. What does the overlay do when I do that? Not much. Hmm. Default is not very interesting. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Because I need to restart it. Hey, look at that. I figured it out. Guys, it helps to restart a program if you're going to make changes to it. That's your words of wisdom for the day, is if you're going to make changes to a program, restart it. But now we have hurricane overlay, so that's nice. We got tropical storm warnings and all that fun stuff. The times aren't working, but you know what? We're going to take that. New NHC update, yep. Still a Category 3 hurricane right now. I do want to change it so it will show our tornado warnings though, because I have those disabled right now. Going to turn back on tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, which I should be able to do by doing that. Did I break it again? Hey, I didn't break it. Wow, look at that. So yeah, a little real-time development here as we're fixing our overlays and how they work on the back end. But they work now. This hurricane breaks so many records, so it feels like a Category 2 at max. It is probably, or it's not probably, it is definitely weaker than it once was right now, but it's still a Category 3 hurricane. The hurricane hunters have confirmed that, and we do have another hurricane hunters plane that will be there soon enough to see the intensity of it a little sooner, or a little more recently. I'm out of water. That is annoying. I'm out of water and food. I have neither. Rip. The eye is currently over water. It is in between Jamaica and Cuba right now. Is there any other activity in the Atlantic worth watching right now? No, this is really it. That's why we are talking about Hurricane Melissa so well, is because that is the big thing that we have going on right now. The top says late tornado. Why? Because LeBron and tornado, I combined that one time, and even through the fact that I just fixed the overlays like 2 minutes ago, I did not change that. Is this some sort of hurricane revamp? The eye looks like it replacing itself. It is this hurricane's attempt at organizing again. It is clearing out its eye once again. This will be something that we are monitoring over the next several hours as it goes or it goes up to Cuba before eventually making impact or landfall. Winter weather advisory? Yes, there is a winter weather advisory. It's not supposed to be talking about those right now, but it is apparently. Add it to the list of things to fix later on. Max has a landfall clock counter on his screen for Jamaica. Is there a possibility for a clock for Cuba? You know, I didn't think about adding that, but I might be able to add that. Give me a second. I made that program last night too, so I have it. I just don't know if it's set up. Michelle, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Need to open another terminal. That is not the terminal I needed. I need a command prompt, not a terminal. That's what I need. We need W's in the chat for Michelle, by the way. Everyone needs to send 5 W's for Michelle. That's a lot of W's, but she deserves it. What are the W's for? Michelle donated, of course. We need W's in the chat. I will have that clock up here in a second. 10, 29, 20, 25, 0, 2, 0, 0. Let me stick that up there. I actually want it to look a little bit different, but it's there now. Andy, I'm in college at University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point. Look south of Leesville. There might be a tour soon. Take a look at that real quick. Take a look at all of our storms. I believe this is where you're looking. Yes, this could definitely be a tornado warning soon. That's this area of rotation. Currently in a special weather statement. Well, you have tornadoes and hurricanes going on right now. We will see if this area does manage to converge, but as of now, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground, but it's definitely trying to do something. Sorry, guys. I'm just moving some of my windows around here. Changing the font of some stuff as well, just to make it look a little bit better. The eye is clearing out, yes. We'll go back to the eye real quick. This is once again Hurricane Melissa. The eye is 110% clearing out. There's no doubt about that. Once it does manage to clear out the eye too, it will be rapidly strengthening yet again, unfortunately. Should change the font on our overlays. It did, haha. All right, there's that clock countdown for landfall. What time are we expecting landfall in Cuba? Well, you can now see it over there. 6 hours, 50 minutes, and 9 seconds from now is our anticipated and expected time of landfall in Cuba. Hurricane Eye reopening, it is almost as the second that this got off to the north of Jamaica, it did manage to start strengthening again. The white on yellow is hard to see. I need to add a stroke to that, but I can't do that without completely recoding everything, so I'll add it to my list of things to do later. We've done enough live coding for the last half hour. But I will fix that in the next update. That is good to know. The size so huge it won't get nearly as strong, but still a very destructive storm. I mean, the eye being as large as it is right now, that actually means it's going to expand its wind field even more than it already is. Any new damage reports? Not really. It's just more of the same of there being substantial damage in and around a lot of different places in Jamaica, unfortunately. Jessica Adams, how big is the eye in miles right now? Is about 30 miles wide. 30 miles. Back to a 4 before Cuba or no? I anticipate that it will be back to a category 4. It is very rapidly organizing yet again. Did anyone hear or find out about that missing storm chaser, Josh? I do believe he's okay. There's not a tornado in Moss Bluff, Louisiana. You are good. No tornado warnings right now. We have one severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, iCyclone is good as well. The storm is actually not slowing down, Brittany. It is speeding up, which is good because that means it will have less time over the very warm Gulf before it makes its way into Jamaica. How high was the surge? We believe the surge in Jamaica was 15 to 20 feet in storm surge. Do you think it will dip down close to or below 900 millibars? I think it is probably not going to get nearly that low. You really need to have a perfect eye for a lot of time for the pressure to get that low, and I think it's just going to run out of time, luckily, before it gets to Cuba for that to happen. On this loop right now, there are about 10 minutes between scans, like between 10 and 12, depending on the satellite frame. So this is roughly the last 210 minutes right now. Can you explain millibars, please? Yes. So millibars is basically a scale of, we'll just say 1,000, which it can go higher than that, to 0, and it's the measure of pressure. So the force that's pushing down on something. So when we're saying the hurricane has a center of low pressure, like it does right now, of 950 millibars, that means there are 950 units of measurement of pressure. Around the hurricane, it's closer to 1,000, but because the hurricane is basically pushing air off the top of it with its updraft, it's causing lower pressure. That's also what causes the wind. When we have an area of high pressure and an area of low pressure, the air moves towards the area of low pressure. So our winds are moving from outside of the storm into the storm. That's what's strengthening it. That's what's creating it. And that's where our wind speeds come from as well. It sounds like Jamaica Public Services is reporting major power outages around the entire or across the entire power grid. Sounds like there may be as much as 700K people without power across Jamaica right now. Do you think the coral reefs that surround Jamaica made the storm surge less of a threat with less water to push up? Unfortunately, not really. Hurricanes are strong enough that they basically just do whatever they want, and they would have just done, or it would have just done whatever it wanted. So if it wanted water to move, it's going to move water. Welcome in, Mountain Rain. We are now down to 0 severe thunderstorm warnings, so now we just have hurricane warnings. What satellite data is this? This is the Hurricane Melissa floater. I believe this is GOES 19, but this is a clean long wave IR. I might break the overlay here again in a second. I know I said that I wasn't going to do any updates or any more updates, but I'm turning off winter warnings because those just don't matter right now. Does land versus sea impact on funnel formation? If you're talking about the formation of the storm itself, like the hurricane, yes, it does. When it's over land, there's more stuff for the air to hit into. There's more resistance, so it strengthens slower. In fact, it just doesn't strengthen at all. It weakens almost every single time a hurricane hits land. There's one example, I think, that a tropical system strengthened over land. It was actually over Oklahoma. But we're not going to talk about that today. Whenever this storm or Hurricane Melissa does hit land, it will be weakening. We are not 100% certain that Melissa has produced tornadoes, but almost certainly there was stuff embedded in the eye wall and some of the feeder bands as well. Nicole, yes, well, it is over water, it is strengthening, and just to sort of keep in mind how long we've been over water, this is sort of the edge of the land that we have. So it is well over water right now. It is 100% intensifying. How much is the question? We do not know yet. Melanie, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. Guys, we need $20 in a chat for Melanie. Melanie, there's also Melanie's first super chat on a live stream of all time. So, special moment for Melanie. W's in the chat for Melanie. Is Cuba well built for a 4 or 5 hurricane? There's nowhere on the planet that is like properly built to survive a category 4 or 5 hurricane. There will always be damage if there are anything that's hit by a 4 or 5 hurricane. Has there been a Melissa before? I believe there has been a Melissa before. Turn off Nightbot. He's getting on everyone's nerves. I wish I could, but I can't really do that right now. Nightbot has kind of got its own spot on this channel in terms of being annoying. We've just gotten used to it. Nightbot trolls me too. Do we think they'll retire this name? Almost certainly will be retired. Where's Daybot? Bro. Yeah, someone make Daybot. That's going to be less annoying than Nightbot. How long do you think the flooding will last? I mean, they're still getting rain in Jamaica. Cuba is really just starting in on the precipitation. We're probably going to be dealing with flooding associated with Melissa for at least a week. Obviously, the rain won't last for a week, but the impacts felt by the flooding and the water making its way towards the ocean will last. Connor's windshield. What kind of name is that? That is an elite. That's elite ball knowledge and an elite username right there. How would you compare this to the North Dakota outbreak last year? If we're talking about the tornadoes, it's just not even close. Like, we've had one tornado today. Something was asking about the eye temperature right now. It's not even similar to what it was some time ago. Like, it's not even something that's like noteworthy to talk about right now. The eye is very, very wet until we see it clear up. Which, oh my god, that last frame. The speed in which this is strengthening is absolutely insane right now. But it is still around negative 50 C, so very, very far away from that negative 3 C that we saw a while ago. Did the tour watch get canceled? The tornado watch did not get canceled. However, there's not much in terms of tornadic activity, so we've gone ahead and switched to the hurricane warning overlay instead of the tornado watch. Rotation right over Sabine National Wildlife Refuge. I have been looking at the tornado threat. That is not something I've taken my eyes off of. I do not see anything too insane with the tornado threat right now. There is some broad rotation near Holly Beach and Cameron in Louisiana, but all the storms to the north have basically just pooped themselves. So there's not much going on closer to KPOE's radar site, but there's still some stuff going on near Lake Charles. Thanks so much for the $5 donation, by the way, Sunflyer. Or Sunflyer. Sunflyer? Lawyer? Which website do you use to view the eye temperature? I use Cyclonic WX. Think you'll break more records? Probably not at this point, just because there's not going to be enough time over water for it to significantly strengthen. How strong do you think Melissa can recover in strength? I would estimate it's probably going to get back up to that Category 4 status. Sunflower, thanks so much for becoming a 2% channel member. They've kind of been overusing the 5% recently. I would agree, actually. What cat is she at now? She's a Category 3 hurricane. Category 3 hurricane with winds of 125 miles an hour. It's probably going to get at least up to 150. In my opinion, it is forecast to be 140 right now, but like 15 miles an hour. Like, I feel like we might be back to Category 4 status sometime really, really quickly here. Can't find the eye temperature. It's under whatchamacallit? Water vapor. It's like floater. It's G19 Meso 1 and then water vapor. Jennifer, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. We need 20 W's from everyone for Jennifer for the very generous $20 super chat. That's going to fund my dinner, which I don't know what I'm getting for dinner yet, but I'm trying to figure that out. Trying to figure out what I'm eating right now. Do you think it will clear its eye wall before it hits Cuba? It most likely will, if I had to guess. It's one of my cats. Actually, I see both of my cats right now. Now I have to get a cat because I can see the cat. Oh, the cat took off. Alright, no cat. Oreo said he didn't want to be picked up. So no Oreo for you guys. We tried. He ran, took off like a shot. Is there any chance for more tornadoes? There's a very small chance of a spin-up tornado in Louisiana, yes. Was the next National Hurricane Center update? It is at 11 p.m. Sorry, I'm working on getting food. What kind / color cat was that one? That was Oreo. Oreo is a black and white cat. Very, very, very in depth and thoughtful name right there. Where's Vince? Vince is in Louisiana. He is over here, just to the northwest of Boyce, Louisiana. Since when does Culver's have corn dogs? Like, that has to be new. There's no way that's not new. I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat a Culver's corn dog in my life. Like, who goes to Culver's and they're like, oh yeah, a corn dog, that would hit right now. No. Just no. That's not something someone should do. I didn't even know Culver's had corn dogs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Guys, if you guys haven't had Culver's and you have the ability to, like, you should try it. Culver's is the greatest restaurant of all time. Alright, we got food. You just had a corn dog at Culver's last week. We need a rating. We need it on a scale of category 1 to category 5. Rate the corn dog. By the way, guys, just to talk about our Hurricane Hunters again, we've been streaming for a little bit now. About, I think 2 hours. Honestly, don't know. You guys know, though. Yeah, 2 hours and 19 minutes. And they're about halfway to the eye of the storm. We will be here for at least one pass-through of the eye. That's for sure. Since close to any tornadoes, he is not right now. It's going far right of the predicted path. Yeah, it is. It will probably wobble again. This is what we see hurricanes do, sort of wobble back and forth. Earlier in the stream, I drew my cone, and this was my cone. I do include a lot of this area off to the east. Now, remember that anywhere in that drawing I just made, it could make landfall. So just by drawing that much, it might not go in that area I just drew. That's probably like cheating because like their area's in mine. So if they're right, I'm right, and if I'm right, I'm right. But yeah, that would be my National Hurricane Center cone if I was the one drawing it. Do they wobble or are they just fighting the Coriolis effect? They just wobble. Like that's what strong storms do. Is it true that winds gusted above 220 miles per hour before the storms hit Jamaica? Yes, it is. Almost certainly. Once again, this is forecast to become a Category 4 hurricane by the time it makes landfall in Cuba, and I do think it's almost certainly going to do that. I mean, just watching the eye recover in the last 2 hours here has been absolutely insane. Like, the convection strengthening, the hurricane strengthening, the eyes strengthening, everything about this hurricane is wrapping it or getting itself back together. So, if you are in Cuba and you haven't yet prepared or left, now is the time to do so. You are running out of time. High end or low end category 4, it'll probably be a mid tier category 4 when it makes landfall. Wonder if they will evacuate Guantanamo? Yes, they have actually already evacuated that. The next update is at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Central Time. The clock that we're looking at is in Central Time, so it is about 2.5 hours from now. New update from the Hurricane Hunters. They have just entered the outflow of the hurricane. Actually, that's not outflow, that's a feeder band. What was the peak earlier? I heard a 5. It was a category 5 for quite some time. I'll throw it back on 250 frames here for a couple of scans, just so we can sort of see the full progression of this hurricane over the last 2 days. This is obviously before it made landfall in Jamaica, an absolute monster of a storm, and it only got better from what we're looking at now. There's where it stalled out, did a little loop, and then eventually started moving off towards Jamaica to the northeast. There's a lot of people questioning whether or not it was going to eventually turn, and it absolutely did. We can see this right here as it came in for landfall somewhere near Black River and White House, made landfall. The eye collapsed by the time the storm made it to Montego Bay, and the eye is since strengthening again, and so is the convection. So this hurricane is just continuing to sort of defy what everyone thought would be possible for it, grow, strengthen, and do all the stuff that unfortunately we wish that it would not do. If you had stayed closer to the coast and not go over Bermuda, you are correct. Going to turn it back to 7 frames, which is effectively the last hour of data. So this goes back to 6:30 p.m. It is currently 7:30. Hard to believe the waters are still that warm. Yeah, the waters where it is now are just as strong as what they are to the south of Jamaica. So this is 100% continuing to intensify. Kaylee Yates, NC, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. I think this is the third person that we've had make their first ever super chat to a YouTube channel. Guys, make sure to give a super special shout out to Kaylee in the chat for her first ever super chat. Are there more Hurricane Hunters flight planned? Yes, they are right here right now. They are on their way. I'm very, very intrigued to see what the information that they will get will say. They are on their way. I wonder what Flight Radar has to say. Let's take a peek-see, shall we? I think they're in a dead zone right now. Yeah, unfortunately, they're not on Flight Radar. There's no ADS-B receivers where they are. The other NOAA flight is just crossing the Florida Keys right now, NOAA 42. That's the one that we saw intercept the hurricanes when we started the stream. They have since gone all the way over here. So they're almost done. Other planes almost there. We'll have more information here soon. It's just a waiting game. So the hurricane going over the warm water will affect it, but because the hurricane is moving, like it would have to be stationary for a very long time for the rain and wind to like negatively affect it. And I mean, moving at 9 miles an hour, that's just not going to change anything. Jerem, I do not think we have any live cameras in Cuba, nor do I know anyone in Cuba who'd be willing to stream to us. We have to remember Cuba doesn't really like us, so not a lot of live cameras, at least that I know of in Cuba, that I would be able to use. It is crazy that this thing is clearing out as well as it is. Like, I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, I'm just in awe watching this thing. Who's the guy with the tornado tank? Are you talking about Reed Timmer? If it misses Cuba somehow, could it strengthen even more than forecast? It will unfortunately not miss Cuba. Here's an update from Starlink. The Starlink team has enabled direct to cell service in Jamaica for all Liberty Caribbean customers. Liberty Caribbean is one of the cell carriers in Jamaica. Emergencies, families, and businesses with a compatible LTE smartphone that are on Liberty Caribbean can now stay connected through apps and send text messages through the Starlink network, even if they are not receiving input from cell. So basically, what that means is the Starlink satellites are sending effectively cell service, but it's satellite service directly to iPhones or other phones that are Liberty Caribbean customers. How much wind shear is hitting the storm? Not enough. I mean, we can kind of see that the side of the storm is getting eaten apart over here, but it's really not going to affect anything in the long run. I do anticipate that the eye is going to remain mostly untouched. Quick update on what's going on in Louisiana. There's not much going on in Louisiana. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings. We're almost out of the tornado watch, so almost nothing to talk about there anymore. But if something changes, I'll let you guys know. We're basically gonna lock in on the hurricane here because that's gonna be about all we have going on. Do you think it's going to undergo an eyewall replacement cycle? I don't think the eyewall is like eyewally enough to like go through an eyewall replacement cycle right now. It's sort of just going through eyewall reformation because I mean it got broken up by Jamaica, but it's once again over a favorable environment, so it's once again locking in and strengthening. Definitely a strengthening storm, that's for sure. Also, it looks like a majority of our hurricane force winds will be offshore by now. It is kind of unfortunate how far east this thing jogged because it essentially took the hurricane force wind core and just dragged it over the coast of the island, even longer, over the coast of Jamaica. There are no chasers there either. If we had like more stuff in if we had more stuff in Cuba, like we would be streaming Landfall there. But the only reason like it doesn't make sense to do a Landfall stream like Max did today is because like we're not gonna get through to anyone who's there because they're not gonna have service, and we're not gonna show anyone else what's going on there because there's nothing we can do to see it. Basically, just be staring at satellite. So that doesn't really make sense. If we could somehow find a camera in Cuba or someone to give us a live feed in Cuba, yeah, 100%, we would almost certainly be live for that. There's just really not much to talk about because we can't see anything, hear anything, smell anything, anything about Cuba. The eye of the hurricane is not hitting anything right now. It is clearing itself out, though. It's doing the silly, if you will. Would there be to see on a camera in Cuba if it hits at 1 a.m.? Nothing. That's also another part of it. Like, there wouldn't be anything to talk about or show. Your clock has the wrong time? What clock are you talking about? The landfall clock, that is counting down. That is how far away we are from the hurricane making landfall. The clock off to the side of it is the current time in Central Time. Tanya, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Guys, we need 10 W's in the chat from everyone for Tanya. Watching from Maryland, welcome in. Fortunately, it's not exactly a good thing that we're here tracking a hurricane as intense as we are, but I feel like pretty soon we're just gonna go back to seeing like the grays and the blues in this eye, and that's absolutely insane to me. It just keeps. I know I've said the same thing like a million times, but I'm honestly just speechless looking at this storm, seeing what it's doing. Is that your dad in chat? It is. Looking like a pink donut? It is. It does look like the convection along this part is sort of starting to weaken out. If it's going to go for Category 5 again, which is the big question, which once again it most likely won't, but it's going to have to shoot up some more convection because the second that this eye gets open, air gets in, and if it's not a complete eye wall, it's not going to significantly strengthen. So hopefully that does happen and we get some dry air making its way into the eye because it takes a while for that dry air on a not completely closed eye to sort of get its way out and then strengthen again. Cyclonic Wind, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. I heard you're 6'7". Is that true? Yes, I am 6'7". I'm actually taller than 6'7". 7'6". Another report is reporting that over 50,000 or 530,000 residents, so that's 530,000 buildings, not people, are out of power in Jamaica. That is according to the Minister of Local Government, Desmond McKenzie. What is the purple on radar? So this actually isn't radar. This is infrared satellite, and basically it's a measure of how cold things are. So the more extreme the colors get, the closer we get basically to the eye of the hurricane. The colder those clouds are. PH, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Does the eye of the hurricane get smaller as the hurricane gets stronger? No. So actually, as the hurricane gets bigger, which is normally when it gets stronger, the eye gets larger and larger. Second here, guys. I'm trying to look at. This is our RAM slider. This is satellite. I want to note that. Oh, I zoomed in too far. I scared it. I want to note that our eyewall lightning has once again started upticking. So lightning is something that we only see in the most extreme of eyewalls, and it's going up again. So more lightning is incoming, and we can see the eye starting to clear out. So if there was any doubt, which there really wasn't, but this is a strengthening hurricane once again. Trying to see if we have any of our hurricanes or any of our cameras up in Jamaica because Vince is no longer live. Sorry, guys, working on getting a camera back up. Hmm. Here's a camera in Mississippi for the time being. This is on the bridge to Natchez. Work on getting another camera in here in a second. Again, that eye is just continuing to clear out. How far are the hunters? The hurricane hunters are almost there, probably an hour out or an hour and a half out from seeing any data from them, unfortunately. All right, here's a camera. I'm going to switch these out here in a second. In Kingston. This is a live camera in Kingston, Jamaica that we have. This came back online. See that there are still tropical storm force winds ongoing. With the lightning and the purple on the map, this feels like the strength is not far away. Am I wrong? No, you are correct. This is 100% strengthening. 100% strengthening. In fact, we're starting to see our first pixels of blue in here on infrared satellite. So it's good. The eye is continuing to get its act back together yet again. All right, I want to see if this works. Aha, it does work. All right, I'm going to go grab my food. I will be back in 1 second. I am back. What happened while I was gone? Adam Park, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Connor's windshield it is. We love Culver's. Lord and Savior Culver's is here. I need to get the good old napkin plate laid out so I don't get crumbs on my desk. Surf, thanks so much for the $5 super chat and Ready Omega satellite view. Metascale 1 has 1 minute resolution. Yeah, we should probably switch to that right now. I forgot about that, honestly, because we were talking about the track overall. But let's switch to that. So this is a minute by minute radar updates, or not radar updates, satellite updates on the hurricane now. This is not a corn dog. This is these are fries, and then I got a cheeseburger. Ricky, I like this chair. I just remember, I don't even know what chair this is. I just remember I got it off Amazon a long time ago, and it's a W chair. Remote, I have not heard of any updates from the military in Cuba. Did you get a new PC? So I actually didn't get a new PC, but I did go ahead and upgrade my processor. Basically, the last YouTube paycheck I got went into upgrading my processor because I needed more power because I was running on a 7700X, and with all the programs I have running, it just was not cutting it. So I now have a Ryzen 9 9950X3D, which is literally the best processor money can buy. So we don't have that issue anymore, and we can do more stuff on stream. I'm from being able to run one program to being able to run like 4, and that's how we have all the information we have right now. How's Nightbot? Nightbot is being mean as per usual. Yes, the eye is definitely forming again. That cup is the loudest cup I've ever drank out of. If Melissa exits Cuba intact, can it hit as a 5 again before it hits the Bahamas? It will almost certainly not exit Cuba intact, just because that's not really how it works. I'm more into tornadoes. Well, we're not into anything. We're tracking stuff, but tornadoes are probably more followed than hurricanes are overall. Do you think it will stall out again? Almost certainly no. I think we're just going to get faster from here. It'll be a tropical storm in Cuba. No, it will not be. It will be a Category 4 or a Category 5 hurricane, one of the two. Adam Parks, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Staying live for the next Hurricane Hunters update. We are. They are almost there. They are trucking along. They are now to here. They are through the first bands of the hurricane on their way closer to the eye. You know what else I got from Culver's that no one ever gets from Culver's? What is Mad slept on? Mashed potatoes. If you've ever had Culver's mashed potatoes, you don't know what you're missing out on. They, however, did not give me a spoon for my mashed potatoes, so that's annoying. Kind of need a spoon to eat my mashed potatoes with. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. All right, we got a spoon now. Now we can eat the mashed potatoes. Just use your fingers? Okay, that is foul. I will not be using my fingers to eat mashed potatoes. It's been longer than 2 seconds unsubscribing. Hey, I'm already back. What do you mean? I've been here the whole time. And the time you took that, or in the time you took type that message, I was already back. Just that fast. Good night, M. Warwick. Hopefully you have a good night. Took 6 or 7 seconds too long. That's terrible. It is now a Category 3, yes. To update the gusts, actually. Category 3 with sustained winds of 125, max wind gusts of 145, and a minimum central pressure of 950 millibars. Yeah, we have a 100 millibar hurricane right now, guys. Lock in. Guys, we did just cross 4,000 likes, so thank you to everyone who's liked the stream so far today. This is, I'm pretty sure, our most liked stream by far. We're also almost to 200,000 views. We're at 193,000 views so far on the day. There'll be another update in a minute. Update with what? Satellite updates every minute. That's it. Could be a Category 4 or a Category 5 right now. It could be a Category 4. It's definitely not a Category 5. Unfortunately, yes, Melissa did cause devastation across Jamaica. The eye is, that is not lightning on the eye. That is actually the eye clearing itself out of any clouds. So that's the eye going back to more of an eye and less of just a middle spot with no clear clear spot, I guess. Do we have an update on Bryce? He hasn't posted anything recently. I can text him though and see how's it going. Don't know if he's got service or power or any of that, but I'll let you know if he responds. The Hurricane Hunters are updating real time right now. They're just not there yet. Almost there, but not yet. Looks like they looped around here to start their pass into the storm. What would shock you the most about Melissa over the next 6 hours? How quickly it's getting itself back together and could get itself back together. It could honestly make landfall as a high-end Category 4 with how quickly it's strengthening. Is it going to replace its eye wall? It's not really replacing its eye wall. It's more of reforming its eye. Not really much to replace because it didn't have an eye after going over Jamaica, so. Not really any insane updates as of right now on damage or anything. Just scrolling through a few different sources looking for anything. Hurricane Hunters NOAA 42, they're almost back to Lakeland, Florida, however. Took off at 4 p.m. and they're on their way back. Then our other plane is on its way into the storm right now. They're back on flight radar yet. They are not. RIP. If that changes, I will let you know. The wind and rain still look so strong on the camera in Kingston. Yeah, they do. That's why we have it up. It's still probably tropical storm force winds in there, and they're all the way down here. I think next time the hurricane hunters get through here, they're not going to find a completely closed eye wall. I would imagine they're going to say it's open to the northwest, which would be a good thing because for it to really rapidly strengthen and to rapidly intensify, it really needs to have a closed off eye wall. How long before Jamaica stopped feeling the effect? Probably at least another 4 or 5 hours. Still just waiting for it to move off to the north. What's the one data feed you're watching the closest? This Hurricane Hunter's aircraft, which is on its way in. That will tell us a lot about what this storm is doing and is going to do. There's not a live shot of Flatbridge right now. I believe that camera is still down. No real updates out of Montego Bay as of recently. Unfortunately, I think we're not going to hear much until first light in the morning. We start to get some of the few pictures out of there. Melissa was overhyped, and that's why people don't evacuate. Nothing about this storm was overhyped. Everything that was like sort of brought up about how intense it was going to be, like it was all definitely a possibility. Just because it's hyped doesn't mean that it's overhyped. I think this storm lived up to the hype. I mean, it's like the second strongest hurricane we've ever seen in the Atlantic or something like that. Like this hurricane was literally insane. This is a once in a lifetime kind of thing for a lot of people. So I don't know, it could be overhyped. Hurricane hunters aren't reading anything on the eye right now, still just waiting for them to fly back in. As soon as I see anything on that storm or on the hurricane hunters, I'll let you know. Do you think this hurricane was worse than Helene? Probably. Probably. I mean, we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow to see the true extent of the damage, but I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. Michelle, not Helene. Wow, now it's got me saying Helene. Melissa is currently a Category 3. Category 3. A tornado watch, by the way, if we come over to the severe instance of Radar Omega that we've had opened, they have one county left and it expires in an hour and 51 minutes, and there's no storms in it. It just, nope, didn't just expire. But it's basically chalked. We're just waiting on the NWS to completely cancel this, but the tornado watch is basically over, practically, or in the practical sense. Least forever. My girlfriend and I booked Montego Bay sandals 2 months ago and are rescheduled to leave, or on scheduled to leave on Friday the 7th of November for 7 days. Will it still happen? I mean, we haven't heard anything out of the resorts in Montego Bay. Obviously, the resorts will be the quickest out of anyone to sort of recover from this because Jamaica needs the tourism. But I would imagine a month from now, or not even a month from now, like a week from now, that is probably just not going to happen, unfortunately. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but almost certainly it's the resort is going to be substantially damaged. We have an update on fatalities, unfortunately. So it sounds like our total fatality count is at least 13 people as of now, and one missing child as well. Four of those are in Haiti. Three of those are in Fontamara, one in Marigot, four in the Dominican Republic, one in Santo Domingo, and three the location is not reported. We are up to 13 deaths as of 9 p.m. And I unfortunately expect that the total count is much, much higher than that. Space Ignorant, thank you so much for becoming or a member again for the 6th month. Mr.Dibble is basically the max velocity, the after party. Basically. Hey, when there's still weather to talk about, someone has to talk about it. Max is getting some much deserved downtime. What's going on with this storm? It's so lopsided. It's basically just all sorts of unbalanced right now. I mean, it hit land and it's trying to get its act back together. It just takes some time for that to happen. That is why it is lopsided. Still got a small couplet south of Oakdale. You take a look at some severe weather real quick. This is what this looks like on reflectivity. This is what it looks like on velocity, and I do not see much of a couplet going on here. Which is a good thing. Probably no tornado potential, at least for the near future out of that storm. Just got a text from Bryce. He is doing okay. He has a generator. So Bryce is still all good. How the hurricane planes fly into them without going down from severe turbulence. The planes are made to fly into these storms. Why are they circling? For some reason, Recon is circling and not going into the storm right now. I have no idea why. I don't know if there's an issue with the aircraft, but they have not started to make a pass into the storm as of yet. So they are still circling outside of the hurricane. But they're made to do what they do. They're purpose-built specifically for the hurricane hunters. They're padded on the inside so they don't get injured, all that fun stuff. Can you explain the scale of water vapor dryness and why it's measured in temperature scale and why it's negative? So basically, the reason it's negative, it's just it's one of those weird science things. Like that's just how the satellite measures it. So that's how they leave it. And the reason it's in Celsius is because I mean, if you're doing science, you're measuring stuff in Celsius just because it's normal. The U.S. is not the only people who use the satellites. Everyone across the world uses those satellites. So Celsius is what they do because that's the language or the measurement system that science across the world has agreed on. Yeah, I don't know why they're cycling or circling. They have to be having issues or something. Yes, the drier the eye is, the more intense the storm is. Montego Bay was hit very hard, unfortunately, Bonaparte. How'd you get that warning system? Everything that you see in terms of a warning system has been made by myself. It's all coded in Python. If you're gonna code your own system, I would recommend doing it in Python because it is the most user friendly to work with by far. Think she will close off her eye? I really don't know as of now. I really wish that we had recon to know what the eye even looks like. But it might be closed off right now. It just doesn't look like it on satellite. This storm is expected to last for quite some time. I mean, the National Hurricane Center expects it to be at least a Category 1 hurricane through 1 p.m. on the 31st. So we're talking about this being a hurricane at least until Halloween. Claire, I don't believe any of the hurricane hunters ever gone down. The max wind recorded, I believe, was over 200 miles an hour. We're not going to really know exactly until post recon or post analysis, just because there's a million other radar sites that could be, or not radar sites, a million weather sites that they don't have data from yet. There's so many different things they could get information from to sort of change that wind speed, but it's going to be over 200 miles an hour. Was the path for this hurricane abnormal? It was something that we haven't seen before. We haven't seen a hurricane as strong as this one go through Jamaica like this. All the other ones basically just skirted by it like this, which is what they normally do. But this one was different. It was just all came down to this front that we see here coming out of Florida, from north to south, pushing the hurricane, stopping the hurricane, and turning it towards Jamaica. Christina, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. W's in the chat for Christina. What's the ETA to hit Cuba? The next landfall, the timer's in the upper left-hand corner over there. 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 16 seconds from now is when we think this will make its landfall in Cuba. Satellite view, please. This is infrared satellite. What's the purple bits? The purple bits are the coldest of the cloud tops that we're looking at on infrared. Infrared is all we have right now. I mean, we could try looking at visible, but there's no sun, so you can't see anything right now. That is why we are using infrared. Jamaica is still getting rain. Yes, Jamaica is still getting rain, unfortunately. Nurgle, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yes, I do think it's strengthening right now, actually, as it's on its way to Cuba. Still nothing going on with severe weather in Louisiana or Texas right now, by the way. I think we are all done with that. So fully locked in on the hurricane now. The plane right now is over here, still circling as of the last update. I see nothing pointing at, or I see nothing wow, I see nothing suggesting, that's what I'm trying to say. Nothing suggesting that they aren't still circling. So as soon as I see something that says otherwise, I'll let you guys know. But as of now, Recon is still just circling and holding position. The Star Force 2, the reason they need to drop dropsons or probes is because measuring pressure from the hurricane or from the plane is inaccurate because the plane's further up in the air than the sea surface, obviously. So there's a pressure difference because there's less air pushing down on top of the plane. So to know the order or know the pressure at the surface, we have to send something down to the surface in order to for sure know what's going on down there. We can estimate or extrapolate those numbers, but we don't know for sure if those are 100% accurate, which is why we normally don't use extrapolated numbers. Pretty sure that's just updated again, and they are still in a holding pattern. So the hurricane hunters are waiting on something, whether or not they're trying to sort out an equipment issue or work on something else. We don't really know, but they are waiting for something. They do not recover the drop zones. They go right to the bottom of the ocean and are never seen again. How many hours till this hits Cuba? Timer in the upper right, 5 hours and 36 minutes right now. Sunflower or Floyer, I don't think it's an airspace issue just because we had a plane already fly through this when it was further off to the south. It's gone further north than our last recon flight. We had a plane basically drop a drop zone right here, I believe, and that was okay with that. So for what's another reason this flight is holding off and not going into the storm right now. Unless they send out a vortex data message, which they almost certainly will not, just to tell us that the plane's broken or something. We're basically just stuck here waiting to see what will happen. Bryce is safe. Yes, Bryce is all good. Heard from him a few minutes ago. He is all okay, and he has a generator as well. Where can we track recon? You can track a recon right inside the Radar Omega app, just by coming over here to the data overlays, tropical weather, hurricane hunters, and you can toggle the flights on there. Bryce is still in Mandeville, I believe. Mandeville, Jamaica. Where is it supposed to hit in America? It is not going to hit America. There is 2 recons in progress, but I believe the other one's on the way back up near Lakeland. Yeah, this one is on its way into land. Actually, it just touched down at the airport, basically. So this one will not be providing any data to us. That one is in Lakeland, Florida. Are the M name storms so strong? So like, I don't think it's anything to do with the names. I think it's more so just like by the time of the year we get to the M storms, like the environment's more primed for significant hurricanes. So I think that's why a lot of the M names are so significant, just because the timing of the year is right. Here's a look at a Cuban radar site, actually. And we can still see that there's a very clear eye on this radar site. So this is just a regular weather radar. It's currently in Cuba. So I don't even think the eye is reforming. I think the eye is just still there. Might not be perfectly vertically stacked, but the eye is definitely still there, and there's an area of very low reflectivity. Could have been Karen if the storm to the north didn't form. I actually had said that at some point. Imagine if this was a Category 5 and was named Hurricane Karen. Like, I can already see the memes from that. Because you're waiting to see if the eye wall closes before they make their pass through. No, they really, like, there's no reason for them to do this unless they're having an issue of some sorts, really. Because they make multiple passes through the eye. It's not just a one and done thing. So, there's something else going on. Poke around, see if I can find anything, but I've been looking for anyone saying anything, and there's just nothing on why they're looping anywhere. But they do still just continue to loop out there. I wonder if turbulence is an issue. I know earlier today they had to turn back because of it. That was when it was a Category 5, and that was specifically in the eye wall. There's really no reason right now why they should have to not pass through the eye. It's much weaker than earlier when they were able to go through it. It's also like we're good. The hurricane hunters are good to go into it up until like here. So it's not because it's too close to Cuba. They have a window here to intercept it. They it's actually like how many miles is that? Yeah, they have like 50 miles to get into the eye and just figure out what's going on. And the hurricane hunters have already flown through this area today. Should be getting another hurricane hunters update here in a sec. See if they've made more loops or what's going on there. It's like the eyes winking at us right now. It's like, hi, I'm doing something. Trying to figure out if they've been moving around like altitude or something. They haven't really done anything irregular that wouldn't be expected of them. Still not seeing any updates. Damage already looks pretty bad. Yes, it does seem like it was very significant. Tornado watch has been canceled. They finally canceled that. No, we actually still have one whole county of tornado watch over here in Texas. Why? I don't know. But they still have it. That is an update to the Hurricane Hunters location. And in the last 15 minutes, they have gone from here to here. They have done another loop. So for whatever reason, the Hurricane Hunters are still not flying into the eye of this. Once again, said it a million times. We don't know what's going on there. But they will. There's no update from that. Maybe what we should do is I should get my flight sim set up and I'm fly out there. I got you guys. We'll take it in the. I'll take the controls, take it over, fly that into the eye. I got you. I'll get you that data. Let you know. It is now a 670 millibar storm. I promise. That's what my personal flight found. Oh my god, Flight Sim, guys. Jack Jackson's right. Flight Sim has real-time weather. How about we just pull out the Flight Sim right now and fly into the eye, and I'll let you guys know what it's doing. All right, time to lock in. Time to launch Steam. Launch an X-Plane. We're flying in. Got to figure out what's going on somehow. Why does Steam? Steam is set on launching. Yeah, we're locking in. We're flying into the hurricane. I am the hurricane hunters now. Hurricanes have never been so hunted. I hope they're ready. Imagine if that actually worked. Oh, why did one of my monitors just go dead? It turned back on. Does it also have real-time ATC traffic? Maybe locate the missing plane? The Hurricane Hunters aren't missing. Like, we see their location. We know where they are. We just don't know what they're doing as of right now. Maybe if we ask nicely, would that work? Any other thoughts? I heard one of the planes was damaged earlier. They did take one of the planes back to base to see if it could have been damaged, but I don't believe it was damaged. Hurricane Hunters are not locking in right now. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, you have one job. Time to lock in. Test the Ryzen. I mean, the Ryzen's in theory is being tested right now. I'm trying to figure out with like other people who work on the back end of Max's stream right now, what in the world Recon's doing, and we can't figure it out. Let's see. Autopilot's broken. I feel like they don't use autopilot. No, there's no other planes in the area, and I don't think it can aerially refuel. I think it's just chalked as of right now. Like, the plane just gotta, like, turn better. Just fly through it. Still just waiting for the next update. How close are they to the Bermuda Triangle? Not very. The hurricane is down here, and Bermuda is up here. Bermuda is actually under hurricane warning, by the way. Just like to point that out. Or not a hurricane warning, a hurricane watch. Is there a NOTAM? I would imagine there is a NOTAM. Probably like there's a giant hurricane. Don't fly here. But like the hurricane hunters, they wouldn't listen to that. If there's a major issue, they would turn around. Yeah, unless they're like trying to fix like a sensor, like an altitude sensor or something, then they basically just sit there hoping to fix the sensor. Because like that's just how it works. No updates from them yet. How's lightning looking at or looking in the eye? Let's see if I still have that pulled up. I do. I need to refresh this, but there's more lightning activity in the eye. This is basically the account of lightning strikes in the eye. And it's definitely picking up all around the eye. There's the latest recon update. I'm not sure if you guys saw it. They have done another loop. So they are still right here. So no idea what's going on there still. Continuing to look for updates. Like the next thing that we need is the recon plane to go through. Like that's the only way that we're going to figure out more information on what's going on right now, and like they just haven't done it. Thanks so much for the 5. I believe that's euros. Thanks so much for the 5 euros, Ash. W's in the chat for Ash. Hopefully, we have something more interesting to talk about in the next little bit here. We're just waiting on any information at this point. It's not going to hit Florida. Squall, we're talking about second landfall. So yes, it did make landfall in Jamaica, but we're back over water again. It's strengthening, and we're gonna have another landfall here soon, but this time in Cuba. Levi, I would have to assume that they're having plane issues or technical issues at this point. Really don't see what else it could be. Aqua, it is or it has begun to strengthen again after crossing Jamaica. We once again have that eye opening back up on satellite. It's opening up more and more every single scan. Venom Raptor, the Devon House cam is live in Jamaica. That cam should be somewhere over here. Is where I believe that cam is. Will this be devastating for Cuba by the time of landfall like Jamaica? It will definitely be bad. It's not going to be as bad as what happened in Jamaica, but they're definitely it's definitely going to be bad. I mean, it's still going to be a major Category 3 or a Category 4 hurricane. Martin, thanks so much for the 5 pound donation. What is the path into the Atlantic, and will the UK get any remnant at all? No. It's gonna go probably into Narnia. Don't think the UK will get any of this. It's had a 65.6 mile per hour gust reported out of Pleasanton, Texas. Don't know where that is. Texas is large, but it happened. Taking a look quick at our severe weather threat that we were originally thinking that we were going to have to be live for, because we did actually have the chance for some decent tornado-producing storms. It's chalked. Gonna go ahead and pull out it's chalked. Like, all the storms have dissipated. Still just waiting for any new information out of Jamaica or anything. Martin, thanks so much for the $2 or 2 pound donation. Does your program show UK weather? Not usually, but I mean, if something insane happened in the UK, we might go live for it. Are starting to see some new towers of convection pop up here in the gap on reflectivity. Just another indication of a strengthening hurricane. Also, it looks like we're starting to start our western wobble here. There are no cameras in Cuba, unfortunately. Still just waiting for news. Does just look like that eye is clearing itself out. Check dew point on aircraft obs. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that's just been turning on and off. Does actually look like the dew point just has not changed the whole time. I wonder if that's what they're having issues with. Haven't seen a dew point update in a very long time. Something, I'm just assuming at this point something is broke. We don't know what, but like they only have limited gas on the plane. Obviously, it's not infinitely fuelable. So for some reason, they are just holding off for now. Those planes circling in the air. Right now, it is just one recon plane, but yes, they are just circling, and we are waiting for something to happen. They are not on flight radar right now. Otherwise, I would be showing you where they were at on flight radar, and you'd be tracking it more real time. But unfortunately, there is a nothing there right now. Has Nightbot chilled down? Probably not. Nightbot is always cranky. How large is the eye? I mean, it depends on what you're calling the eye right now. I mean, if we're talking about the area that's totally clear, it's only 7.95 miles. But if we got the whole area that sort of doesn't have that much going on inside of it, we're talking 30 miles. If this entire thing were to clear out, I would imagine we'd be talking about a 30-mile eye and not the smaller one that we see right here. There's just a lot of stuff inside of it right now. This is what it looks like on the Cuban radar site. Just by looking at this, we definitely only have one eye wall right now. The hurricane hunters have done another loop. And our dew point is still at 0C. So I don't know if that means the dew point's actually 0 or if it's just not measuring. Ryan, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Is the hurricane going to hit Florida? No, no, it is not. The hurricane is not going to hit Florida. If it wasn't measuring, it should be saying NA and not 0, though. That's the weird thing. Because when they have the sensors disconnected, it says the NA instead of 0. I've seen a lot of people saying that the sensor is not working. Like, I don't think there's any way like we can know that for sure. Sure, like yes, that is probably what we have going on. There's been no sort of statement from the hurricane hunters directly. How do you get that 3D view of the hurricane? On Radar Mega, you can just click the button at the top of the screen, and then you can tilt it like this. Can look at it on a 3D radar. But I normally like to stick to 2D. This is a Radar Omega Barista. It's a basically all-in-one app. We use it for radar, we use it for satellite, we use it for hurricane hunters, models. You can use it for anything. This is the same app, and this is looking at radar. In fact, if you want to look at 3D radar instead of 3D satellite, that is something you can do too. In fact, we could see that 3D radar update in real time on the Radar Omega app. This is with the Live Sweep add-on. But you can also use it to look at satellite. Use it to do everything. Computer specs: 9950 X3D, 5070 Ti. Just pull out the task manager, just cause. We'll look at the task manager while we wait for the hurricane hunters to do their tasks. Go, got that 9950 X3D running at 22% right now, 62 gig or 64 gigabytes of RAM, running at 5200. 2 SSDs and a 5070 Ti. That's what we're rocking with. So your opinion on that 5070? I love it. I can play Fortnite in 360 FPS because I do have a 360 hertz monitor. Gotta love 360 FPS. We can look at that too while we wait. There we go. We're watching Radar Omega live in 360 FPS right now. ED, the best app or website to track recon for free is petisplots.com. Tropical storm Sania is not doing much over here. 40-50. If Pettis is in chat, I think he can post a link to Pettis plots. Yeah, he's in chat. Of course he is. But that's the site that I have pulled up over here. Tracking recon over here as well as around Radar Omega. How many miles it is from fully closing? If you're talking about the eye, we don't know if it's fully closed or not because the hurricane hunters are just circling instead of flying through it. This thing is still just churning as it's on its way to Cuba. Gamma description doesn't have hurricane hunters. I believe all the subscriptions have hurricane hunters. Don't know for sure. For 5,000 people in the stream, the chat's not very active. I think there's a lot of lurkers at this point in the night. We've been live for 4 hours, I think. 3 hours, 49 minutes. Yeah, something like that. That being said, I've not gone to the bathroom for quite some time, so I'm going to do this. And you guys are going to watch the 24/7 stream. Well, I run to the bathroom quick. If you guys haven't seen it before, this is our 24/7 camera live stream. I'll leave this up. I'll turn the nice calming music on, and I will be back in a second. I'm back. No more 24/7 stream. Back to my annoying voice. Haha. I knew if I left that chat up, there were going to be people saying stuff. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. I don't have anyone to talk in the background whenever I'm gone. No one's going to be able to yap, unfortunately. Looks like one of our Kingston cameras is back up. I'm going to switch out our cameras so we have that a different Kingston one in. We'll have that in here in a second. Can you at least have low background music? That is something I've thought about doing before. I just need to find non-copyright music to do that, and I don't have a playlist of anything yet, but I have thought about it. Because even like me doing these streams, I like background music in my headset. I'm not using any today because I have audio on, but normally I listen to music even when I'm streaming. So we make it a center fix before the advisory after all. Yes, the hurricane hunters have fixed their issue and they are on the way in. So we'll be live at least through that pressure update. I just got sent a video of some of the damage in Black River. It's not a video I can show on stream, but it looks very, very, very significant. That's for sure. Sounds like the St. John's Parish Anglican Church building has also been destroyed in Black River. A lot of very, very significant damage reports finally coming out. I think there's at least some extent of signal being restored across the island right now. That's why we are starting to see damage pictures come out. If for whatever reason any of that is able to be shown, I will show you guys that. However, I do have to respect copyright. Sim Gardner, I'm 8'6". 1 inch shorter than Ryan. Or not Ryan, Max. Ryan is 6'3". He's not as tall as Max and I. What's a good source for pictures to avoid AI slop? Unfortunately, at this point, like, there's nothing you can do to avoid AI slop. Like, it's just everywhere. And it does. I do agree with you, Huey, that this eye is 100% intensified. It's back, and it's also lunging off to the east very, very quickly. So that is something to keep an eye on. It's a heart. I mean, it may look like a heart, but I don't think it means all nice things, unfortunately. I think it's probably not going to be very nice. Guantanamo Bay landfall. I don't think it's going to go that far east, but I do think it's going to be on the eastern portion of the cone. I can see it probably going as far east as Santiago de Cuba at most, but not all the way over to Guantanamo. It's currently a Category 3 hurricane. Category 3 with winds sustained at 125 miles an hour and 145 mile an hour gusts. I do think when the hurricane hunters get there, that is going to be a lot more significant. We'll be live, like I said, the entire time. We were going to be live through at least one pass through the eye. It turns out that might have been much longer than what we thought it was going to be before that happens, but they're finally on their way. So whatever issue it was has been sorted out, and the hurricane hunters are okay. This is a look at that Cuban radar site. We can still see that there's definitely an eye, and that eye looks nice and healthy at that. I can measure the eye opening. Do you want to know like the clear part or the entire lower area as a whole? Amber, we did not have any Cuba cameras, unfortunately. Frank, it is currently moving north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. Alan Hunter, there is a hurricane warning for the Bahamas. Felicia, we do not have any chasers in Cuba, unfortunately. Abby, we do have a live street cam above us. That is in Jamaica. Unfortunately, there are no live street cams that we are able to use that are in Cuba. If that changes, I'll let you know. I'm scrolling looking for some right now, but I don't see any. I'm check Twitter because sometimes we get users streaming that will let us use our streams, and right now I am checking Twitch, which I haven't even thought of checking. So that's a new try, but I don't think they're gonna have any. I do not think they're going to have any. Yeah, it does not look like Twitch has any. It was worth a shot, but Stefani is currently a Category 3 hurricane. Category 3. Hurricane hunters are now very close to the most intense convection. Clear part first, measure that. All right, Owen, 1 second. 9.2 miles. And clearing. Barry, that camera is unfortunately not online, so we're not able to look at it. Owen Muller, I do anticipate this strengthening back to either a Category 4 or a very low end Category 5 hurricane. Honestly, it's really, really hard to tell what's going to happen. I do think it'll be at least a Category 4, but we need this plane to fly through so we know what we're dealing with. Because we haven't had any recon in the entirety of the time we've been live, basically, which is like 4 hours. And we don't know what's going on inside the eye of the storm, which is the most important part. Mountain Moon Mama, wow. Mountain Moon Mama, I'm hoping that any birds that were trapped in the eye were able to safely land on the island of Jamaica. Because normally what that happens, they're either trapped in the eye until the storm dissipates or until it goes over land and they can find safe shelter. Sustained winds of 200. I highly doubt that, just judging by the way it looks on satellite. We can go back to when it was a Category 5. Let me switch sectors. Let's just go watch the last 200 frames here on Radar Omega. This is when it was producing 200-mile-an-hour winds, and that is not what the storm looks like right now. Look at how clear this eye is. Look how perfectly circular it is. Look at how there's just nothing inside of it, and it's perfectly vertically stacked. We saw it get its absolute strongest as it got closer to Jamaica, and then it hit Jamaica, and that eye fell apart, which was expected. It is still in the process of recovering from hitting Jamaica and clearing that eye wall. Unfortunately, I do think it is going to be completely cleared out by the time it reaches Cuba, meaning that it will be very intense. But how intense, we don't really know. The Popular Buff, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Cuba is stuck in the 1960s, no cameras. I don't think it's that they don't have cameras. I think it's just people outside of Cuba aren't allowed to see those cameras. So that one unconfirmed Fort Worth tornado was winds. Any update? They've still ruled it straight line damaging winds, but it just was not. They're too full of themselves to rate it a tornado, but I'm 100% confident that that feature you're talking about a few streams ago on Max's channel was a tornado. There's no doubt in my mind. Do we think it's going to be 4 hours? How fast is it moving? As of right now, the landfall timer is at 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 26 seconds. Should get an update from the hurricane hunters here any second. That last update was 9:11 p.m. It's now 9:15. We have not got an update from iCyclone. He's very good at doing what he does. He's intercepted, I don't even know, upwards of 50 tropical systems. I would imagine he's okay. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get signal back and get an update from him. Bryce is good, however. I have been able to contact Bryce, and he did say he is good. He does have power. They have a generator. The countdown, Kenny, is for Cuba. We have already had landfall in Jamaica. The storm has basically stopped impacting Jamaica at this point in time. Our new landfall countdown is for Cuba. It should not be able to stall, bro. You are correct. Still just waiting here for updates on the hurricane. By the way, we are about 45 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center outlook. At this point, we will most likely be live at least through then. That is at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Cuban Time, 10 p.m. Jamaican Time. We'll be able to talk about that. Do you have the Walmart special gamer chair? No, I have the Amazon special. I don't even know what brand this is, but it's fine. I've had this chair for a long time. I've beat the crap out of this chair. It is a good chair. What, in your opinion, makes Hurricane Melissa unique to other storms? It's broken multiple records. One of the strongest hurricanes to ever make landfall in the Atlantic. It's broken its own records multiple times, and the ability of this storm to intensify compared to any other hurricane I've ever seen or studied in my life is absolutely insane. Diabolical, if you will. It should be not Hurricane Melissa, it should be Hurricane Diabolical, because this hurricane is diabolical. Nathan, this is the Razer Barracuda X. That is the headset I'm wearing. I probably have the world's worst headset dent right now. We're not going to look. Oh, yeah, it's definitely bad. We're just going to pretend I don't and ignore it. How dry is the Melissa I right now? Not nearly as dry as it was before. Honestly, it's not even as much as a fact as or number as it was before. Speedy Feathers 29. I believe they are planning on doing that eventually. The hardest part about it is just building that sort of into a system because it's so broad. Like all my overlays, like the warnings or the information you see at the bottom, I coded that myself. To get the location names from National Hurricane Center outlooks was a massive pain. I don't even know how many lines of program I have to make this overlay work. Let's see. To sort the warnings alone, including National Weather Service warnings and National Hurricane Center warnings, I have 560 lines of Python code, and to run all of the graphics and take that warning information and put it in something usable, I have another 284 lines of code. To run the landfall countdown, this program is way too long, but it's got 77 lines of code, but that runs directly into OBS. And there's a bunch of other stuff that I have that I'm using that's custom coded that I'm not even thinking about right now. There's a lot of custom coded stuff completely by me, by hand, going on. Okay, it's not completely by hand. I do use ChatGPT to do some of my code, mainly when I get annoyed with it and I can't track down a bug. It's really good at reading error logs. AI is useful for stuff like that, but if you've ever tried to code a program solely with AI, you know it's just not going to work. Like, it's going to be terrible. You can take a program and have AI write it. It'll be like 10,000 lines of code, and it realistically will only need to be like 500. It just makes it way too long. The Poplar Bluff, when is it turning towards the Gulf? It's not going to turn towards the Gulf. It is going to go through Cuba and stay out of the Gulf. What are your cats' name? The two cats that live in this house with me are Chip and Oreo. The cat that mine and lives at my parents' house name is Simcoe. As of 9:20, so that's 2 minutes ago, they're getting ever so closer to that eye. Ever so closer. You know what? Let's run a poll. The last pressure they had was 950. Let me add a few more options here. All right, next Hurricane Hunter's pressure. Oh, that ain't it. There we go. All right, there's a poll in the chat. Should be able to vote on it. 950 or greater, 940 to 949, 930 to 939, or under 930. Remember, our last update was a Category 3 hurricane with a pressure of 950 millibars. We are going to use the extrapolated pressure or the National Hurricane Center's pressure, whichever comes first. Whichever we get first is the data that we're going to go with. Mamba 4, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. 895. Okay, the haunted. That's diabolical. That's a diabolical guess right there. Diabolical is the word of the night. 938. 888. That's insane. 915. 901. Negative 900. Okay, buddy. 948. 930. 100. 945. 938. We're gonna let the poll run for a few minutes, and then I will say my guess. But I don't want to mess up anyone else's guesses. I don't want to skew the results. My exact guess, and remember this, 927. I wish I could like search chat to figure out who's the closest. 940, 934. Right, we might try something else. If you guys are watching and you have a Twitter account, type ones in the chat. How many ones do we have? How many people have Twitter? Type a 1 in the chat if you have a Twitter and X account, whatever you call it. Okay, so that looks like a lot of us. This is what we're going to do. In order to see who gets the closest, and for those of you who don't have a Twitter account, you can just join us in spirit. I'm going to tweet. Okay, I'm tweeting what will the exact pressure to the nearest millibar be of the next hurricane hunters pass through. I'm going to tweet that, and I'm going to copy the link, and I'm going to pin it in chat. And everyone go reply to that tweet, and we'll see who's the closest. I wish I had a way to search YouTube chat. I'm sorry for those of you who don't have X, but this is the best way that I can think of because we can't search Twitter. We got James Pettis guessing 67. Got a 944, a 939, 938, 941. Up to 19 replies. If we get a tie, I'll spin a wheel. That's what we can do. If we get a tie, I will spin a wheel and we'll take whoever the wheel picks. How many replies we're up to now? 56 replies. This is a peak. This is the most comments I've ever had on a tweet by far. People who aren't watching the stream are going to join the stream and be like, what in the world is going on? We're up to 85 replies. A lot of people are getting involved in this. The stakes are high now. Another guess is just 948.3 millibars. Apparently, we don't know what to the nearest millibar means. We're up to 100 replies now. What time is the fly through? Pretty soon. This is the last update from the Hurricane Hunters, 9:20 p.m. 117 replies now. How do you break ties? We're spinning a wheel. What's that website called? This website? Yeah, this is what we're going to spin if there's a tie. We'll come over to this bad boy and spin this website. We are up to 155 entries into the contest for something that I haven't determined yet. Spin the wheel. There's no one on the wheel yet. Remember, we're using extrapolated or National Hurricane Center, whichever comes first. Just put me on the wheel. I know I'm winning. Okay. Negative 100 isobars and 941 millibars were your guesses, Will. It's going to take forever to go through. We have 192 guesses on this. Maybe I should have thought this through. We're going to be scrolling through tweet replies for hours. The poll has settled on 930 to 939. Speedy Feather said, since you're partnered with Radar Omega, can you give some of the features they are adding? Because I really like the app and I'm excited to see what they add. I can't tell you what they are going to add, but I can tell you there's a lot more to come. There's a lot more to be added to the app. Someone guessed 6767 millibars. I think my phone is going to die from how many times it's vibrated, but that's okay. We are now up to 224 replies. We might get to how many replies we're going to have millibars. Who even knows? Might have started this too early. Hurricane hunters are going to not even get there. I'm going to have 1,000 replies to scroll through by the time. Oh my lord. Imagine they missed the eye. Bro, if they missed the eye, that'd be the biggest toss of all time. And we don't even have the extrapolated pressures aren't working right now. We might have to wait for the National Hurricane Center or a drop zone, bruh. You've got to be kidding me right now. It's never been more chalked than it is right now. If you put 943 millibars, you'll get on the wheel trust. How many replies do you think we're up to? We're up to 237 replies right now. It's so chalked. Thank you for the $2 donation, the Poplar Bluff. What does the purple mean in comparison to the gray? It means that it's colder. At least we're only going to have to scroll through this list of replies and look for the correct answers and not like scroll through everyone and be like, oh, so-and-so guessed. Hayden, are you in chat right now? If you're in chat, ping me in programmers. Barry, the only reason that Control F won't work is because not all the replies will be loaded. Nikomata or Nikomata, my name is spelled Reilly. New code of uncertainty, yes, we are going to have a new outlook around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Make a poll guessing the number of replies. Well, I've already been saying that, and we basically stopped getting new replies, but we are at 246 replies. Melissa looks just like Melissa. That's words of wisdom right there. That's peak. If you mod James Pettis, I quit. Poor Pettis. Here's where the hurricane hunters are right now. Almost in the eye. Hannah, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Yeah, we can dedicate this stream to Jaquavion Tavius. Chris, thank you so much for the $2. I'm so tired. Thank you so much for becoming a 2% channel member. W's in the chat for both Chris and Hannah. 600 or 700 millibar. Yeah, now we're on lock. Now we're on lock. We are now up to 255 replies on what will the exact pressure be. What does the color scale mean? So just overly simplify it. As you go from like the grays into the blues into the greens into the reds, blacks, whites, pinks, purples, it's getting colder. So right now, obviously, it's dark outside. We can't use visible satellite to see anything because nothing's visible. Contrary to what some people believe on Twitter, they don't turn satellite off at night. It just gets dark outside. So that's why we switch over to IR, which is measuring temperatures. You know, in a shocking turn of events, 940 to 949 is catching 930 to 939. We are now at 32 to 36%. I just hope someone guesses it. Otherwise, that's going to be the most anticlimactic thing of all time. Darkness doesn't exist. True. My bad. So get an update from the Hurricane Hunters any second now. I think we can agree, by the way, right? We're not going to count anyone who responds to the tweet after the Hurricane Hunters data comes out. That's cheating. I think we can agree on that. At least I'm not in Florida. I'm in the exact far opposite. I'm in Wisconsin. My phone is continuing to blow up with replies to the tweet. We are now up to 265 replies. Just say every number so you win no matter what. I mean, it still comes down to the wheel. You could do that. You could reply with 1,000 different numbers, and you might still lose to the wheel. It's just really not worth it. First guess only should count. Honestly, it's so hard to guess. Like, if you want to guess every number, I'll respect the grind. I also don't want to remember people's names as I'm scrolling through. That's basically just impossible. You've gained like 3,000 subscribers from the stream. I haven't even looked at what my sub count's at. I should look at that real quick. We're up to 37,000. I think earlier today we were at 33. So, yeah, we've gained like a whole bunch of subscribers. I didn't even think to look at that. That's literally insane, guys. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in today, liked the video. We're up to almost 250,000 views on this stream alone. I didn't think I'd cross 250 views ever. And the support, whether it's liking the stream or subscribing to the channel or even just watching it today, has been absolutely insane. There's still 5,000 of you who are watching us yap about the pressure of a hurricane and taking guesses of it. We should have the pressure here in a second. If it works. Well, about that. Whoever guessed NA1, no. So, it looks like we're going to be waiting for the National Hurricane Center to officially update the pressure. That's why we gave two options, extrapolated versus the National Hurricane Center's update, because it didn't work. Brian Johnson, thank you so much for becoming a 2% channel member. Philip Murphy, thank you so much for the $4 donation. Chef Bra, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. When does the next hurricane update from NOAA or whoever does that? That's the National Hurricane Center, and it should happen in like a little, like very, very soon. Very soon. Okay, well, I guess we're still taking guesses. We're up to 325 replies. And 326 now, and we don't have the pressure yet. This might be problematic. Guess we're going to be waiting for drop zones. I wonder why they did this. This isn't something they normally do. They normally just hit the eye and go. The Popular Wolf, thank you so much for the 938.67 guess. Seems like it's a little bit high, but I guess we'll see. I doubt that it's going to be that high. Thanks so much for the $2 super chat, by the way. W's in chat for everyone who's super chatted so far today. The purple one, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. People say there are two types of hurricanes, one to bring more water, one to bring more wind. Is this true? And how do you tell the difference before it hits? When we're talking about storms like this of a category 5 hurricane, they're going to bring the wind and they're going to bring the water. The wind and the pressure is the thing that moves the water. The stronger the winds, the more the storm surge will be. The lower the pressure, the more the storm surge will be. They basically go hand in hand, and it just sort of depends on exactly where it hits. For example, let's say, and there's not, I'm just going to preface it by saying that, but we have a eye wall going right here. The water is being pulled around the eye wall, pushed into the island on this side. So we're not going to experience as much storm surge over here. There will still be some, and we're going to experience more over here, even though in the eye wall on both sides, the wind is going to be basically the same. So it's not really the storm doesn't bring it. It's just that it's in different places in the hurricane. We're up to 367 replies. Do you want to mention our peak winds at flight level were 101 knots? And we did not get a estimated ground wind speed. Angry Music, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. 932 gang for life. Hey, we're going to have to see. We will have to see. We're basically going to be waiting for a Vortex data message at this point, which means we probably got like 15 minutes, unfortunately. Just realized at one point you were at 3667 subscribers. We were. Right now we're at 37467 actually. So you still get your 67 there. We might even be able to hit 38,000 subscribers by the end of the stream, which would be absolutely insane. But we still have 5,000 people watching. If 10% of those people subscribe, we would hit it. We might also hit 250,000 views before we wrap things up here. What mission is this? Is this teal? This is Air Force 301. Philip Murphy, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. 927.95. Now that's a bold yes right there. 927 would be very, very low. We're up to 384 replies. 385 replies. If you had to guess the pressure, what would you say? I'd honestly guess something around like 939 is what I would take. 939. It's currently a Category 3 hurricane, still a major hurricane. We will have a new update for that any minute now. Why hasn't NWS Fort Worth issued a tornado warning on Melissa yet? There's probably not enough of a velocity couplet for them to warn it quite yet. Probably needs a little bit more rotation on it. A lot of 939s now. We're up to almost 400 replies on that tweet, by the way. We're going to be scrolling forever. How do you think terrain and elevation will affect the storm as it approaches Cuba? It's not going to affect it as it approaches Cuba. It's only going to affect the intensity of it after it makes landfall. And once again, we are about, where's the timer? 4 hours and 10 minutes away from landfall in Cuba. Just hit 46 or 246,000 views on today's live stream, by the way. Poplar Bluff, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Why is it getting colder? It is nighttime, which normally makes the tops of the clouds just a tad bit colder. I said 939. Well, I mean, hey, we're either both going to be right or we're both going to be wrong. We're up to 414 replies now, by the way. Just waiting on an update from the National Hurricane Center or a vortex data message or anything. Does millibars dropping mean it's getting stronger again? It does. It does. I forgot my guess. I think there's gonna imagine if when we do have someone win, they just aren't here anymore. That'd be the most anticlimactic thing of all time. I'm scrolling through everyone on the tweet, and those are the people who have technically officially made guesses just because there's no way to find it in YouTube. The recon plane is in the eye of the storm right now. Unfortunately, their extrapolated data is not working. But they will launch a drop zone. They will get that center of low pressure, and they will send out either they'll send out that information in either a vortex data message or in the National Hurricane Center's next outlook. I would imagine the National Hurricane Center is holding off until they get that Air Force data to update the next outlook. $925 or $927. I think anything sub 930 is bold, but this storm has surprised me multiple times before, so who even knows at this point? Who even knows? If any other flights active? I think this is the one that's already landed, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know why that's still reporting as live. They're on the runway, but did get more information on this just now, and none of these pressures are extrapolated again. Looks like they tried to find the eye and just did not hit it perfectly, question mark? Somewhere like right around here. And there's no pressure, so we wait for the drop sound. How low did Melissa get? I believe Oh, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head for some reason. It was the second lowest ever in the Atlantic. I know that. You're up to 421 replies. $892. Yeah, they know it. Very, very low. Lower than Milton. Only not lower than Wilma. Has a drop zone ever killed someone? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Still no update in the form of a vortex data message or something from the National Hurricane Center. We are 6 minutes away from when the outlook is supposed to be issued. Aaron, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. You're super storm savvy. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in as well. Thank you for the kind words. How low is the Cat 4 millibar threshold? So although you can technically talk about millibars the category, it's not the greatest measurement just because the wind speeds don't fluctuate immediately in correlation to the pressure differences. We did just get advisory 31. Talk about that. We are back to a Category 4 hurricane. They did not update the pressure. We're not going to listen to that pressure. We're going to wait to see what the drop zone information says, because that pressure has not changed. They just did not get the information from the hurricane hunters in time. But we are back to a Category 4 hurricane. We are back to a Category 4 hurricane. We have sustained winds of 130 miles an hour with max gusts of 160 miles an hour. Going to update the information on screen, and then we will dive back into the outlooks here in a second. All right. Here is Advisory 31. The government of Jamaica has downgraded the hurricane warning to tropical storm warning. Jamaica, you are no longer under hurricane warning. It is now a tropical storm warning. A hurricane warning remains in effect for the Cuba provinces of Granma, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, Holguin, and Las Tunas, and the southeastern and central Bahamas. A hurricane watch is in effect for Bermuda. Tropical storm warning is in effect for Jamaica, Haiti, the Cuban province of Camagüey, and Turks and Caicos Islands. Melissa is expected to bring an additional 4 to 8 inches of rainfall across Jamaica, where storm totals will be between 12 and 24 inches, with isolated areas near 30 inches. For eastern Cuba, storm total rainfall of 10 to 20 inches is expected, with local amounts as high as 25. Over the southeast Bahamas, storm total rainfall of 5 to 10 inches is expected through Wednesday, and for Turks and Caicos, rainfall totals of 1 to 3 inches are expected. Over southern Hispaniola, additional rainfalls of 2 to 6 inches are expected through Wednesday, with storm total local maxima of 40 plus inches. Storm surge for Cuba. Peak storm surge could reach 8 to 12 feet above normal tide levels. This storm surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Storm surge of 5 to 8 feet above normally dry ground is possible in the southeastern Bahamas on Wednesday and 2 to 4 feet above normally dry ground in the Turks and Caicos Islands on Wednesday. The next intermittent advisory will be 2 a.m. The next complete advisory is 5 a.m. Going to look at our forecast advisory. They do expect it to still strengthen as it's going into land. Actually, this says 110 or 100 knots, but I do believe that's probably going to be right after it's slightly inland. Going over to the discussion and see if there's anything interesting here. Not really. But that is the latest update. We are waiting for the National Hurricane Center to or not the National Hurricane Center. We are waiting for the hurricane hunters to send us back any sort of pressure information so we can wrap up who got the pressure right. Because we're still waiting on that. I would imagine we're going to get an update here pretty quickly, actually, when we do get an updated pressure, because this 950 is heavily outdated. Unless they somehow found 950 and we just didn't get that information, but I would doubt that it is still 950. We will wait for some sort of information on that. Todd, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. May 3rd, more Oklahoma. May 22nd, 2011. On April 27th, 2011, pick one you'd rather go through. For each, you must start the damage path 10 minutes before it hit. Absolutely none of them. But I guess I would pick more just because we knew it was coming and you could get out of the way of it. And I could just leave. Be gone. Joplin was hard to know for sure. And 427, 2011, like there was just too much traffic to get away from that. The cone did change a little bit. It has pushed slightly further south, I believe. And yeah, that 100 knot estimate is well after landfall. That is, they're saying that it's going to be a major hurricane still after it crosses Cuba. There's no sure update on when or what strength it'll be at when it does make landfall. Okay, we're going to estimate landfall time. So right now it is 10 p.m. This is at 7 a.m. So that is 9 hours. 9 hours. I expect it to go. We're going to need the calculator. You know what? There's an easier way to do this. We are 63 miles from land. We are traveling at 9 miles an hour. We are 7 hours away from landfall. Nice. So I'm going to go ahead and update that landfall timer. That timer has been updated. So we are now 7 hours away from landfall. By the way, we just crossed 250,000 views on the live stream. So that is the first time any piece of content on this channel has ever crossed 250,000 views. Holy shit, for the lack of a better word. So this is the lightning, and in the last update, the lightning has gone absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Jesse Raid, welcome in anyone from Jesse's stream. It's weakening, right? No, it is not. Everything is pointing to this still being a strengthening system. The eye is opening, the lightning's going up, the storm overall is looking better. Everything is going crazy about this hurricane. Dottie, the estimated time of landfall just dramatically changed from last time I'd calculated it, which was 4 hours ago. I know it is a very large difference, but that is what the National Hurricane Center latest outlook would be expecting. He did not take into effect going faster over water. No, I measured from, so right now it says in the outlook that we are traveling at northeast at 9 miles an hour. I measured from the center of the eye to land. It is 63 miles. 63 divided by 9 is 7, meaning we are 7 hours away from landfall. It is getting stronger right now. Much, much stronger. Apparently, Max has consumed over 80 ounces of coffee today and 4 Diet Cokes. Or that's over the whole stream. That's light work, but he doesn't normally drink coffee, so that much coffee when you don't normally drink coffee. That is definitely some insane work. Wendy, thank you so much for becoming a 2% channel member. The upper left box has been updated. It's 130, 160, 130 mile per hours. Sustained 160 gusts and 950 millibars is the latest pressure. We haven't received an update on pressure. We're waiting for that. Can they tell us the pressure per chance? I wonder how many replies we're up to now as we continue to wait for the pressure. We're up to 938 replies, and they have not told us what pressure it's at. It's shocked, guys. How long for data? Great question. That is the most anticipated thing in the YouTube weather world right now. Chris, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. We did just get 2 dropsons from the eye. One is a 954 millibar, and the other one is also a 954 millibar. We will wait for the vortex data message confirming that was the lowest pressure that they found. But that would actually be an increase, and I don't think how many people picked the increase? 15% of people picked an increase. And there's already people instantly replying saying 954. So anything that happened in those or after 10:08 p.m. is getting ejected from the ejected. So we're not going to count that if it's happened in like the last minute. So Will, yeah, nice try. So we're looking for 954s here. Not seen a single 954 yet. 956. We're gonna open this. We're gonna copy and paste this over here because that might be the closest. 955. New closest. Still scrolling. We'll still be scrolling for a while. This is from 13 seconds ago. Kenzie, nice try. That's not going to count. All these late guesses. We already said earlier that we were going to cut it off, so I think no one's going to get it. This is from 21 seconds ago. We ain't going to count that. 951. Do you guys see what I see? 27 minutes ago. We have a contender from 27 minutes ago. We got more to scroll through, though. Still infinitely scrolling through numbers. This is terrible. $9.57. 7:01. Okay, that's crazy. Someone with a max velocity profile picture. Dude guessed a million times. Let's see if he guessed 954 or if that just wasn't an option for him. Nope, that dude never guessed 954, 945, 441, 957, 706. Still just infinitely scrolling through replies. I'm getting people to help me. Still just infinitely scrolling. Steffi is turning. Oh, that's just unfortunate. All right, if we get the Vortex data message confirming 954 was the lowest, Melissa Cruz would have won. Because she's the only person who guessed 954. Connor Croft in chat. Bro's still live. Bro, Connor, we're guessing pressures. And that's what we've been doing for the last 40 minutes. And get this, the Hurricane Hunters hate me and haven't released the pressure. We have 2 drop zones from the eye, but we haven't confirmed that in a vortex data message. We started guessing pressures like the first loop over here, and then they kind of just did this. And just chilled here for a little bit and just did this and did that, and then they went in. What would you have guessed? I guessed 939, and apparently I was terribly wrong, but we're gonna see. We will see. We're still waiting for a vortex data message, by the way. What if they actually miss the eye? Then we quit? It's done? It's over. $967. Wow, what an original guess, Max. What an original guess. Nobody has guessed that before. We can turn this into a max velocity video title. This next guess will be crazy. This next guess took a turn for the worst. We have not seen this guess before. What does the winner get? We're never going to get a winner because they're never going to send the vortex data message, apparently. Man's roasting Max. Hey, I came up with at least 2 of those titles, or helped provide ideas for the titles. We are both equally creative when it comes to titles. Guys, our chat right now is 67 messages per minute. So it's got to keep that going. Connor, that's diabolical. That's terrible. Why does the satellite map not show the coastline? It kind of does, but it also just does not. I don't know why, but it's like somewhere over here, I believe. It's happening in Kingston over there. Well, they got power back on, so the whole time we've been watching this, we've been slowly watching more and more power come on. So that is a good thing that we're noticing out of Kingston. But other than that, not much. Traffic is slowly returning too, although it does remain pretty calm. Yes, we are at a low end category 4 right now. Why is Nightbot yelling at people? Nightbot, Nightbot, Nightbot. Kingston is not in the eye. Jamaica is all the way down here. This hurricane is well past Jamaica. Connor just said Kingston barely got tropical storm force winds. That's actually something that we can look at with this National Hurricane Center graphic, if the website ever loads, potentially, probably, eventually. No way it loads and I click off. It's so over. It's never been more over. Anywhere you see in the orange, experience tropical storm force winds at least some point in time, and anywhere in the red, experience a hurricane force winds at least at some point in time. Think we got a vortex data message yet, guys? Bro, these vortex data messages for the last like 3 days have been the make or break in my life, and they just have been slow every single time. Time to eat some Culver's mashed potatoes. How's Flatbridge? We have not gotten an update out of Flatbridge yet. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $6.70 super chat. Little 6-7. You and Mac probably saved a lot of lives through this, and I appreciate all you do. That is the goal of all this. Get the information out and save as many lives as we can. Is it undergoing eye wall replacement? It's not really going or undergoing eye wall replacement. It's more of just going under eye wall lock-in because I mean the eye wall just fell apart when it went over Jamaica, but the eye wall is starting to lock in. What cat do you think it'll be when it hits Cuba? Probably a medium to high category 4. Still waiting an hour and 15 minutes later for the Vortex data message. Any reports on the level of damage in Montego Bay? Nothing for sure. I think it's going to take till first light tomorrow till we know a lot of the specifics. Connor, the hurricane is currently moving north, or actually just northeast at 9 miles per hour. Popular Bluff, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Connor, get out. No. Sim Gardner. Bro got the high in chat. Yo, Connor, since you work at the National Hurricane Center, could you release the Vortex data message? I'm expecting it here pretty soon. You've been holding the bat for a little longer. A little while, Connor. It's time to drop the numbers. Release the drop song. Release the files, if you will. Release the Kraken. I don't know why, but that just made me think of like the. I don't know how many of you guys played Fortnite or used to play Fortnite, but like the Kraken event where there'd just be people live 24/7 saying live Kraken event happening right now. That's what it feels like waiting for this Vortex data message. Like I'm about to switch the title to Kraken event happening now because that's how chalked it is right now. All I want for Christmas is a hurricane pressure. What do you drink from Culver's? Diet or normal Coke? Normal Coke. The greatest drink of all time. Who types faster? I feel like Max and I both type similar speeds. I don't know for sure though. Time to play some typing games, see who will win. Evo Typer. Yeah, I spent shards on my typing abilities. You know who also spends money on shards? Connor Croft. Hashtag bot account. Mexican Coke or Pepsi? Mexican Coke by far. Anything is better than Pepsi. Will the plane circle back again? Yes. We may be waiting for that at this point because we haven't gotten a Vortex data message. They should have circled back by now already, but for some reason they haven't. I don't know if their ability to do stuff has been interfered with because... Oh no, they've turned now. Yeah, they've turned. On flight radar, you can see that they're turning back around to go back through. Is this a low-end Category 5 again? It is not. We are still at Category 4 intensity. Winds of 130 with wind gusts up to 160. The rainbow line is, like, if you're talking about this line, that is the Hurricane Hunter's path. They did the thing. We have a Vortex data message. This is giving LeBron wins a championship. I don't even know at this point. Just as we thought. 954 millibars. Clapping emojis in the chat. It's happened. W's in the chat. Clapping emojis in the chat. F's in chat. I don't even care. Celebrate. We've gotten our Vortex data message. It is at 954 millibars. That means that our winner of the competition that's a competition is Melissa Cruz 5406. We said this 45 minutes ago, and it has now been confirmed. So, Melissa, I don't know if you're in chat, but if you are, congratulations to you. You are the only person who was correct. The only person. Actually, it's over 467 replies, so. Or we'll just say around there. How did Melissa know about Melissa? See, that's what I'm saying. This is an inside job that Melissa guesses the correct pressure on Melissa. We need to investigate this. This is giving NBA. This is giving NBA right here. All I'm saying. Little suspicious, if you ask me. Little suspicious. Somebody call the FBI because someone's locked in. All right, that being said, it is still a Category 4 hurricane. And I, too, have had barely any sleep. So we are going to start to wrap it up here, but we are going to talk about what Cuba is going to see, unfortunately, relatively soon. This is a coastline. This is a hurricane. It will continue to intensify as it heads off to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. So, Cuba, you're looking at a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and a major hurricane making landfall. I will be posting more reports on Jamaica as they come in tomorrow. So make sure you're following over there if you want to see those reports. And I'll also post stuff on Cuba as well. Any other information we get will be posted over there as well. A lot of you found my Twitter today because we did that stupid competition that was won by someone who's got the same name as a hurricane. Congratulations to Melissa for knowing what was going on with Melissa. But that's about all we can say for now. I would continue landfall into Cuba if we had anything to talk about or show in Cuba. However, pretty soon the hurricane hunters are going to be done. But that does not mean coverage is going to be done. What we're going to do is a lot of you came over from Connor's stream, so you are familiar with the 24/7 live stream. So we will be rating the 24/7 live stream and continuing coverage over there with cameras all across the U.S. and that calming music that you heard earlier. So thank you guys so much for everyone who subscribed to the channel today. We just crossed over 5,500 likes. We had 262,000 views total. And we still have 5,000 viewers after being live, or 4.3 thousand viewers after being live for 5.5 hours. I'll check out on the final sub count today as well, but I mean, the support has just been absolutely insane. Yeah, we're at 37,805 subscribers. So if you're new to the channel, make sure you smash that like and subscribe button. I don't know when the next weather activity will be just because it has been so quiet, but whenever that is, we'll be live again. So, have fun watching the 24/7 screen, and I'll let you guys know any weather updates on my other social medias. Goodbye.